All right, everyone, if we can get everybody to take their seats, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. We'll begin with the roll call of the commissioners, starting with the Region 1.
Dave Bobbitt, Region 1, the Panhandle Region.
Don Ebert, Region 2, Clearwater Region.
Top of the morning, Tim Murphy, Region 3.
Mike Roach, Region 4, Magic Valley.
Good morning, Jordan Charette, Region 5, the Southeast Region.
Brody Harshbarger, Region 6, Upper Snake River Valley Region.
Good morning, Ron Davies, Salmon Region, Region 7, and to my left, Director Fredericks. Next on the agenda is any agenda changes. It appears we have a couple of agenda changes. Director Fredericks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have two agenda changes. We had those posted up on Tuesday in accordance with open meeting laws. One of them is to add an item in executive session to discuss a personnel matter, that being my annual performance review. And then the second is agenda item 5J, and that is to propose changes to Chinook seasons in the Clearwater River, the Clearwater region. Clearwater River in the Clearwater region. And that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Fredericks. Is there a motion for the agenda changes?
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission amend the agenda as posted by staff prior to the start of the meeting.
Been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Next on the agenda is a review of the public comments from last night. Director Fredericks, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we had a fairly quiet public meeting last night. We had about a dozen members of the public in attendance. We had no written comments submitted, but we did have 4 people that provided oral testimony. We had representatives of Hunt and Fool Organization, F4WM, Foundation for Wildlife Management, and then the Eastern Idaho Houndsman Association. Common amongst all of those comments were expressions of support of the staff and commission. Comments related to agenda items. With regard to agenda item 5A and B, the non-resident tag draw framework, we had the representative from Hunt and Fool who said he is not a fan of the online over-the-counter system, so he's happy to see the department move toward a draw system for non-resident deer and elk tags. He did say that he would rather not see those tags go on sale so early, and that he assured us we don't need to worry about demand. He indicated that he felt the non-resident mentored youth rules are confusing, which I think we can acknowledge some truth to that, and asked that we could try to clean those up and clarify them. And then he supported our proposed rule change that would eliminate the ability of non-residents to transfer tags to other non-residents. So with regard to agenda item 5F, we had a representative from F4WM expressing appreciation for the cost share agreement with the department to fund expense reimbursement for harvested wolves, and looking forward to continuing that partnership in the future. Comments not specifically related to the agenda. We had an individual who expressed his passion for wildlife in Idaho and in eastern Idaho, and he expressed his increasing concerns about roadkill in the state, given the increased volume of traffic. And he asked the department to be a more vocal and visible advocate for efforts to develop wildlife crossings and reduce roadkill. And he suggested that we work to foster greater awareness through partnerships, collaborations, and citizen involvement. And then finally, we had a commenter who just generally spoke to express his support for the department and the commission, appreciated the recent Youth Skills Day, and looks forward to working with us in the future. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my summary of public comment.
Thank you, Director. Next on the agenda would be the consent calendar. Gentlemen, I'm assuming you've had a chance to review the minutes in the financial report. Does anyone care to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I've reviewed the minutes of the financial report, and I'd move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'd second that.
And seconded by Commissioner Harshbarger. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion passes. Next on the agenda item is the non-resident tag draw framework and tag issuance. Welcome, Tara.
Good morning. Little adjustment here. Test our clicker. Excellent. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Can you hear me okay? This morning I'm here to do a bit of a tandem presentation with Deputy Director Worthington. He will be seeing directly after me. And I'll be providing details on how a potential temporary rule could be used to implement a draw system for the 2026 non-resident deer and elk tags. And then hopefully that'll tee up Deputy Director Worthington for her presentation, where she'll get a little more into the weeds on the temporary rule itself, and she'll actually be presenting the motion for you on that rule language. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, last commission meeting, we discussed the possibilities and benefits of moving to a draw framework for the 2026 season, and you directed the department to take the necessary actions to move in that direction. So since then, we've developed some temporary rule language that I'll be getting into the details of, and again, you'll be hearing again from Deputy Director Worthington, and I'll be kind of working through that by working through what the process might look like for a non-resident, and using that temporary rule to kind of explain what the process looks like along the way. So first, I'd just like to hit on the major components of what this temporary rule impacts and what it changes. So as we work through these, they're pretty hefty topics, so please feel free to stop me. Let's ask questions and discuss here. Deputy Director Worthington will be able to speak to these as well, but definitely feel free to stop me as we go and ask questions along the way. This is a bit of a beefy topic, so feel free to pause. So first and foremost, the temporary rule provides the department the ability to issue tags via a draw framework, so that gets us in the right direction. This includes how we can issue tags for all the varieties of non-resident hunters we have, including our non-resident disabled American veteran or DAV hunters, non-resident junior mentored hunters, and our lifetime license holders that have since moved out of state. The temporary rule creates the requirement that all draw applicants have a valid 2026 hunting license on file in order to apply. Also establishes that there's an additional application fee to apply, but specifically for 2026, we've discounted that application fee to $0 with the purpose of testing essentially the draw process to better understand our hunter demand and any fiscal impacts that may come through this process. The rule also provides the department flexibility to create specific application dates and deadlines for the application date specifically and deadlines to purchase successful tags. It maintains current status quo for non-resident refund options, so everything that the current over-the-counter method has for refund options, those would be maintained in this draw option. It allows for the 5 hunt choices that we've discussed before, as well as the option to have up to 4 members in a group on an application. It also touches our whitetail deer quota for non-residents. It updates the additional 1,500 whitetail deer tags that we currently sell after our original quota of non-resident deer tags sells out, which essentially just means we're going to sell those 1,500 whitetail tags alongside all of our other non-resident journal deer tags, as opposed to selling these 1,500 tags in a separate sale like we're doing now. It also removes the option to designate a non-resident tag to another non-resident or a place in quota designation, but note that it does not change the ability to designate an outfitter allocated tag to another outfitted client. Outfitter allocated tags aren't impacted by any of this specific change for place in quota designation. And finally, I'll note that the temporary rule is specific just to the 2026 season, which gives us the flexibility to move back to an over-the-counter method if we find that this draw process isn't as successful as we thought it might be. Any questions before we keep going?
Mr. Chairman, so one of the things that has been bounced around is having the user be able to check a box as an option to please forward my information to an outfitter. Are we going to cover that somewhere, somehow, or what's the thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, that specific ability is possible, though the public record laws are in statute. I might look to Owen a little bit to help out here, but If we wanted to pursue something like that, I believe we'd need to look at Idaho code rather than administrative rule. So we might need a little extra help along the way to get that across the finish line, should we want to pursue that.
Sorry, I was looking at something else. What was the question again?
It had been brought to our attention that maybe as a little bit of a concession or help to the outfitting industry if the non-resident user had the option to check a box and say, please forward my information to the outfitting industry in case I would choose to enlist their services.
That is, so Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, that is something that we could do under existing law. It wouldn't take amending the public records law. You see some states where, I think I just put in for a Wyoming antelope tag, and you can check a box that says you can share my information, my hunting information with other people if there's a public records request. So something like that we can share. We're generally not allowed to share information from a license tag or permit holder with other people unless we have their written consent, and checking a box on a form would work. But the difficulty would be, how do we track that, and just having the infrastructure within the department to track that, and whether we have the personnel to do that.
Okay, I just bring it up as a topic, and I wonder, director or staff or anyone have an opinion on that. Where I am is pretty clear. I think if we could do that for the outfitting industry, if it's practical and reasonable, I believe we should. The devil's in the details, I realize, but curious about other thoughts on that.
Director Fredericks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert. So, yeah, I do have thoughts on that. So I think it is absolutely something that we could explore. It would benefit the outfitters. It would potentially benefit non-resident hunters as well. Where this topic really, well, I want to back up a second, and Tara's going to get to this, I assume, but remember that as we go to this system now, allocation will look as it currently does. So there is no discussion of reducing the number of tags allocated to outfitters. So they're status quo now. Where this conversation really became of high importance was with the discussion of further reducing non-resident participation and then potentially reducing allocation as well, which of course has the industry very concerned. And one of the things that we considered in an effort to help mitigate those concerns would be this idea that we could try to connect hunters with outfitters. So I'm not saying there isn't merit in pursuing it now, but I think where it really becomes something that would be a more important or very important component would be if there's reduction in allocation.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions for Tara before she continues? Commissioner Charette.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just want to be clear that if we approve the temporary rules today, then we are legitimately jumping in both feet to the non-resident draw, and there's no turning back.
For the 2026 season specifically, that's correct.
Okay. So with that, I also want to point out that the first comments were related towards outfitters. I think we're all getting legitimate concerns from them and how they're going to keep growing their business. So I just want to make sure that's that I express my concern with them as well, because I do want to see them succeed as well as they have been. I do have a question on the discount application fee. Is that appropriate now, or do you want me to wait later?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, now is perfectly appropriate. Please
Okay.
feel free.
Why are we going to discount that? I know you said just for a test period, but I have all the confidence in you. Let's go ahead and let's charge it and get the money coming. And I don't see any reason not to, because I don't think that you're going to fail by any means. So I don't know if there's a question in there, but.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, just a little of the philosophy, I guess, behind the decision to discount that. We're just unsure of demand, and with the requirement to purchase a hunting license, which hasn't been required previously, it's a $185 commitment that we haven't necessarily asked for from the non-resident public in the past. So not knowing how willing our non-resident public might be to throw down $185 for the opportunity to apply and not guaranteed a tag, it felt like it wasn't quite appropriate for us to just toss in another $18 application fee when that's not necessarily a huge win for the department, and felt a little unnecessary as we kind of test the waters for what our demand might really be and what our fiscal impacts might really be.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Charette.
I had a gentleman from Tennessee call and chew my hand end out about this, and he says, I'm not going to pay your high-priced license to apply. So I quickly looked it up and saw it was $185. I went back to him, I says, would you pay $185 to draw? And he says, absolutely. So I don't think there's as big a concern as we think there is. So I would at least, I don't know about going to zero, but maybe could we do half of the application fee this time around to see what's going on, even though it's a license purchase?
Director Fredericks, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we could. I think recognize that this is our first crack at this, right? And so I think, as Tara said, $185, and if I heard you correctly, the gentleman said that he would happily pay $185 to secure a tag, right?
No, just to apply.
Just to apply.
Just to apply.
Okay.
I told him it was $185. He was, oh yeah, he says I do that all day long.
Okay, after he initially told you that he...
Because he thought it was more than what it was.
Okay, well, right, and so we know that one guy from Tennessee will do it. So, that's encouraging. But I think the reality is that we don't know, and what I am really interested in getting a better understanding of before we really start to build out this system is just exactly what demand is. And the additional $18, as Tara said, yeah, it would be nice to have that, but it's not make or break by any stretch. And I would be far more comfortable not looking like we're piling on. Yes, we could. Is there a rationale to say, well, okay, is $18 too much and we'll back it off to $9? Yeah, I guess I would just be more inclined to say it's either 18 or it's 0. And obviously our inclination was to go to 0. So we can do it. I think that's the will of the commission. I mean, collectively, you need to decide your comfort level in terms of assessing demand versus that additional revenue. That was a good non-answer. It's kind of the way that turned out. But.
Very well done.
Any other questions before Tara continues? Seeing none. Tara?
Okay. So as I mentioned, or excuse me, a little out of order here. So I'd like to kind of talk through those details that we just went through in practice and how this might actually look in the application and drawing process for a non-resident. As I mentioned, the temporary rule allows us to issue tags for our variety of non-resident hunters, DAV, junior mentored, and lifetime. Most notably, that temporary rule moves non-resident DAV into their own separate draw due to the unique way DAV has their separate quota. So this first draw we'll kind of walk through and talk through is the non-DAV draw, and we'll get to the DAV quota tags and their draw separately. So sketched out here is just what we think it could look like to apply. Applications was open sometime in December. Again, noting that the temporary rule allows us to choose those application dates pretty flexibly. And then a hunting license would obviously be required to apply. There would be an application required per species, so an application for deer or an application for elk. No application fee, as we discussed. We'd have our groups of up to 4, up to 5 choices per application. And this is where it starts to get a little bit nuanced. Junior mentored hunters are eligible to apply, but only for capped elk zones. Uncapped elk zones and deer tags are available to non-resident junior mentored without limit or quota, which is status quo. So we'd make those tags available over the counter at a future date after the draws were done. Meaning we wouldn't let a junior mentored apply for a tag that they don't really need to apply for because it's not limited for them. Similarly, lifetime certificate holders, lifetime license holders that have moved out of state do not need to apply for the non-resident draw because they do not purchase from non-resident quotas. They'd wait to purchase when resident deer and elk tags went on sale. Then a little extra nuanced for our DAV hunters, they are eligible to apply for this non-DAV draw, even though they have their own separate DAV draw. But if they're successful, they'd pay full non-resident fees as opposed to the reduced DAV price for their tag if successful. Any questions there? Alrighty. Okay, so if you've applied for a controlled hunt in the recent past, this will look very familiar, but what I'd really like to do is just really quickly click through what it would look like to apply. Again, just reiterating what this temporary rule is allowing us to do for a non-resident general season deer elk hunter for 2026. A quick disclaimer before we get going here, this click-through doesn't have a lot of the system changes that would need to be in place that are still being worked on, such as the 5 hunt choices as opposed to the 2 we currently have for controlled hunts, and then some of the text throughout these images say controlled hunt when we move it to say non-resident draw. Those kind of little things. You might see 2025 references here, but be assured this is all for 2026. This is just for the sake of showing an example. So here we have the homepage for a non-resident hunter on their online Go Outdoors Idaho page. Again, this is assuming we're in our December application period here. You can see down at the left that they don't have any current licenses or permits on file, and that new tile up there at the top, the non-resident draw applications apply here tile, is available for them to click. So assuming they click on that application tile, they can then enter the hunt choices and hunt information for the tag that they want to apply for. As you can see here, this hunter is trying to apply for a deer tag in Unit 1, but we get an error message saying that this applicant is actually going to be removed from the application if they keep going because they're not eligible. Which, surprise, they don't have a hunting license on file, which we see here. So it's essentially automatically removing from the application. You can't move forward because you're not eligible without your 2026 hunting license. Can then go back to our homepage, click the Buy License button, add a hunting license to the cart, check out, complete your checkout, and they should be good to go. Now that they've got their hunting license on file, which you can see down there at the bottom, they can go back to the Apply Here tile, re-enter their hunt choice, and as you can see there, we don't have any ugly error messages. We keep moving on, and this is where we can add up to our 4 group members onto the application, and each time we add a group member, it would do that same check to make sure each group member also has the eligible 2026 hunting license. And then if everyone's good to go on their application, all their group members are added, they click next, they check out. We head back to our homepage, and then we can see there that we've submitted our deer application for 2026, and we're ready to go with a submitted application. And hopefully it's that easy. Bing, bam, boom. Any questions on the process before we start talking about DAV? Great. Alrighty, so moving into the DAV specific draw, really the overall process for their draw is really similar to what we just worked through. The biggest differences are that an applicant must hold the unique DAV specific hunting license in order to apply. So if they're DAV but they've never actually qualified for DAV status with us, they wouldn't be eligible until they qualified and bought the very specific DAV hunting license that we offer. And then second is when applying for elk, only uncapped elk zones would be available for the reduced non-resident DAV fee and this non-resident DAV draw. This is because DAV customers impact the non-resident capped elk quota in a very unique way, in such a complicated way that didn't feel feasible for us to build out that complication in a draw framework just for 2026. However, DAV are still eligible to apply for a capped elk zone. They just do so in the non-DAV draw, and if they were successful, they'd have to purchase at the regular non-resident fee as opposed to the reduced DAV fee. Okay, moving into the draws are done. So once the first application period for DAV and non-DAV close, department staff would validate the results of the draw, similarly to what we do with controlled hunts, where we close the application period, we run the draws, we make sure everything's checking out as we expect with the way the system's running the draw. Once the results are published and successful hunters will have been notified, they'll then have a purchase deadline or a claim window to purchase that tag that they won in the draw. That deadline date is, again, flexible based on what the temporary rule allows us to decide. Any hunter that doesn't claim their tag or any unclaimed tag would be rolled into a second application period where basically we start back from square one and do the whole thing over again. An important note for the second application period, the temporary rule does establish that Successful applicants from the first application period would not be eligible to apply in the second, even if they don't end up claiming their tag from the first application period. Okay, moving on. So this is that kind of full process sketched out into a relatively tentative timeline. So what you see here are two about 10-day application windows for the first and second application, some sufficient time after those draws for staff to run and validate all those results, to notify customers and allow them to claim, and about 10-day-ish window to claim their tag. And ultimately, this whole process, start to finish, could start sometime in early December and be completed a little before March. An extra highlight here for DAV, there's no proposed second application period for DAV specific. And that's for two reasons. Really due to the increasing number of disabled American veteran hunters that are participating in our over-the-counter sales system. We feel it's pretty unlikely that there would be any tags available for a second application period for DAV, and essentially nothing unissued from the first to make available in a second. Second to that is based on some previous feedback that this commission's gotten from the DAV community. We wanted to allow for an extended claim by period, an extended deadline period to allow for DAV hunters to log in and claim and purchase their successful tag by a deadline date. In the unlikely event there are leftover tags for DAV, we can sell those in a future sale that the department issues throughout the rest of the year after the draws are completed. Which essentially takes us into what happens after the draws are completely over, and we kind of assume status quo. The idea would be we move into our typical return tag sale and second tag sale process. None of that process is impacted by this temporary rule by any means. It really puts us back to what we've been doing from spring to fall, the prior years after our December sale. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for your patience and feedback in this pretty hefty presentation. I'd be happy to stand for some more questions before I hand off to Deputy Director Worthington.
Very good explanation, Tara. Thank you. Questions, comments? Commissioner Charette.
Tara, was there discussion, the gentleman last night made a comment about not doing the draws till the seasons are set. I think that's a fair comment, and I personally would have wondered why we do it that way as well. Can you talk about why we're doing the draws before the seasons are set?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that's a relatively loaded answer. One of them, kind of back to one of our original points on demand, we've been told that one of the reasons Idaho is so popular is that non-resident hunters have the ability to plan so far in advance. And that December timeline gave them a lot of opportunity to go for Idaho first and make it their first priority, as opposed to putting in for Colorado and Oklahoma and all these other early states and make Idaho kind of their secondary choice. So this is kind of trying to stay in line with that idea that early is better. Speaking specifically to the season setting timeline, traditionally we're not ready for season setting, which is every other year, until late March. And that might feel a little late for some non-resident hunters, particularly if we're looking at a 2-ish month process from start to finish to get all those tags out the door. I know this idea has come up fairly frequently in the past, specifically for non-residents, as particularly when we change something relatively significant during the season setting process and need to adjust a tag that was purchased 3 months prior. But it's kind of just been the nature of the game at this point. I'll look to Director Fredericks maybe to talk about what appetite we might have for that kind of change, but the reason we decided to was mostly to align with what we understood demand to be.
Director.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Charette, so I think, again, kind of getting back to the question of what really is demand. And remember, we don't know how many unique customers we have. We know we have this high volume, and I'm going to say 90,000 or something. Yeah, thank you. People logged on, devices logged on, or numbers, so to speak, in the waiting room trying to buy products on our December 1 sale or our December sale. We don't know how many people that actually is. And so this will tell us what we actually have as individual demand. And I just say that to say that we have a good sense that demand is strong, we just don't know what it is. And so what would keep me up at night throughout this whole process is potentially undermining what that demand is before we have a solid grasp of it. And that gets back to your question about already we're looking, what used to be a free process trying to get a tag is now going to be $185, the additional 18, yes or no. But then we do know, to Tara's point, that when we shifted our non-resident tag sale to December, that became a huge demand driver. And I would be loath to change that until we have a really good, solid sense of how this works and what demand is. And also to point out that this question about our seasons being set, or excuse me, our tags being sold before seasons are set, Tara mentioned it, that's only on the odd year, and there are still hunts in those areas. We just don't know what the season structure looks like. So, and then when things are really extreme, then we can offer refunds to people that bought something that really is not what they expected to buy. That's unusual, and generally people don't take us up on those refunds because they still want the hunting opportunity.
I have one more question, and I promise I'll shut up after this, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
And I've got actually two questions. One's more rhetorical.
Wait, whoa.
Well, my thought as we've talked about this is, are we being fair by requiring a hunting license before the seasons are set and then change the seasons and have them apply? And that's just a rhetorical question that that I'm wrestling in my head. But the second one is on the second draw for non-residents. Are we going to allow residents to apply for the second draw, or is it just going to be left over specifically?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, currently, no, that's not written into the temporary rule and not really thought of part of the thought process. Is that feasible? Sure. It could get a little messy just in kind of like order of operations of what it looks like for a resident purchasing throughout the year. Typically, their general season tags are available sometime in June after we've released the controlled hunt draw results. So if we're issuing a second tag opportunity in the spring, it could get a little interesting for us to work through what it looks like for them to buy their first tag in June, July. Not to say that that's not a possibility. We did kind of have some really loose conversations at the beginning of this process on how should we start talking about differences for resident second tags. And to Director Frederick's point, we're kind of keeping this as simple as we might this first year just to get our hands around what this all looks like. But the idea really is after this first year, whether it's a decision to move back to over-the-counter or a decision to make this draw process more robust, this kind of simple way first method for this year would really help inform what we're going to do in future years, which could be a change in how we use second tags.
Commissioner Ebert.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak to the notion about, we sell the tags before we know what the seasons are, and people like to take that and beat us over the head with it, that somehow that locks us into what the seasons are, and nothing could be further from the truth, because when you go and you buy that tag, you know what the circumstance is. And as an example of that, we do it with salmon and steelhead every year. We don't know what the returns are going to be. We sell the steelhead cards, salmon cards well in advance. In fact, we're going to change some seasons today, more than likely. This time, albeit for the positive, but sometimes we have to close them down a little bit sooner. And I'd certainly like to try to dispel the notion that somehow selling these tags before we set the season somehow locks us into what we have to do that fall. And I can tell you from sitting here at this table, nothing could be further from the truth. Beyond that, I would like to make a comment that it appears to me that you're well on top of this, and I think you do good quality work, and I think you're the one to be doing it, you and all the people that help you, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any further questions or comments? I guess I do have one comment regarding Commissioner Charrette's comment about the the discount to $0. I get, just thinking about that, if in fact we're going to move, the department's going to move to a application fee, I think it'd almost be better to rip the Band-Aid off and leave it at the full $18, as opposed to this year there's a discount order for it, and then next year or the year after, then it looks like it's just being piled on. So it's just a thought I thought of after Commissioner Charrette's question or comment. So anything else, gentlemen? Thank you, Tara.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, Amber, you're going to talk about non-resident tag issuance, almost like we just talked about this, but let's continue.
Deja vu, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, good morning. I am going to be covering, and not quite as pretty of a presentation as Tara's, the more technical perspective of what she just presented, which is the red line of the rules, either reflected as addition or the strike through, which removes the language. But first, we're going to look at a quick overview of the temporary rules, just to give a reminder of what that process looks like. So a temporary rule is used to cover contingencies that require immediate action, which in this case is necessary to put the branch system framework in place prior to the 2026 hunting season. It must be approved for adoption by the governor's office and then is effective immediately upon commission vote for adoption. And in most cases, a temporary rule language expires at the end of the following session, which is sine die unless it's driven otherwise. So now we'll dig in. So the temporary rule is housed in Rules Governing Licensing, Chapter 130104. The language has been added to this reserve section that you see on the screen as new section number 549, titled 2026 NR Draw Hunts for Elk and Deer. You also have in front of you some modifications to section 550, which is non-resident deer and elk tag quotas. As Tara explained, there are some definitions that need to be added, which allows the department to issue tags through a draw methodology. On the screen are the definitions. Most terms you will be familiar with. For capped hunts, it explains that capped hunt tags for 2026 are available to residents over the counter and to non-residents through draw hunts. It provides a definition for a controlled hunt, which differentiates it from a capped hunt and gives definitions specific to the new hunts, including NR DAV draw hunt, NR draw hunt, and NRL hunt. Sorry, it's a bit of a tongue twister with all those acronyms in there. The temporary rule includes application eligibility around the new draw framework. Language in O2.A makes it a requirement for an applicant to purchase an Idaho hunting license or Idaho hunting passport for the 2026 season. O2.B, this is a lifetime license certificate holder's language that says they're not eligible for the NR draw hunts or the NR DAV hunts because they're included in the resident quota. O2.C is a non-resident junior mentor license reference that Tara talked about, that they can apply for the non-resident draw hunts that are capped or can also buy an NRL hunt tag, first come, first served. 54903 and 54904, these are the sections which address eligibility for multiple hunt applications, tag limits, and application periods. The language specifies that a person can only submit an application each for deer or elk in the NR draw hunts, and that a person who is eligible for the NR DAV draw hunt and NR draw hunt can submit an application for each hunt type. And if a person is successful in the NR DAV draw hunt or first application period of a NR draw hunt, they are ineligible to apply in the second application period. However, an application for either of those hunts does not make the person ineligible for other control hunt applications or leftover tag sales. As you can see, this is repeat language, but this is reiterating what Tara said in the more technical form. Section 54905, this section addresses the deadline for claiming tags and how the department will sell unclaimed tags. As with the application periods being published via the department's website and brochures, the tag claim dates also will be. Any tag that is not purchased and picked up by the published claim dates for either the first or second application periods will be available for purchase in subsequent sales. Sections 549.06 and 549.07 speak to refunds and the discounted application fee you heard about from Tara earlier. Refunds will not be available for unsuccessful applicants except as provided for in IDAPA 130104, Section 601, which speaks to what those exclusions are, including death, illness, or injury that entirely disables the individual for the entirety of the hunting season or military deployment. Sections 549.08 and 549.09 address hunt choices and the opportunity for group applications. 549.08 specifies that an individual group may choose up to 5 prioritized hunt choices per application. If a group application is drawn and the applicants exceed the available tags, that application will not be selected for that hunt. Also, if applications are not selected for a higher priority hunt, the application then is eligible for the next priority choice and so on. 549.09 speaks to how many folks can be included on a group application and provides stipulations around ineligible applicants or group applications. And on the home stretch, last section 550 shows modifications that staff made to move the 1,500 whitetail deer tags into the overall general hunt tag quota set aside so all deer tags can be sold at one time. And lastly, the strike-throughs in subsection 03.b. Those are to remove place and quota designation for non-residents, which Tara already spoke to. And that wraps it up, Mr. Chairman. So the next step is to vote for adoption of the temporary rule. Should you vote to adopt the temporary rule and thereby authorize the department to proceed with the non-resident tag issuance draw framework and sale, that will go into effect for the 2026 hunting season. Staff will also incorporate similar language into the proposed rule to be vetted at a future meeting for negotiated rulemaking. You will see that language in front of you for the proposed rule adoption in your July commission meeting. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Amber. Questions, comments? Well done. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman? Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Did you have, Commissioner, did you have a question before?
I was just gonna see if there was any momentum to have the application fees put back on the commission. I think that's a discussion you said you might be interested in. I think that's a discussion we might want to have, and I'm not sold either way, but I'm leaning towards you. Let's go that way, but I don't know if that's the time.
This would be the time to make that recommendation if that's in fact the case. Is there discussion upon Commissioner Charrette's idea there? Commissioner Ebert?
Mr. Chairman, as far as the application fee, I hear what the department is saying, and the fact that you have to buy a license in order to be able to apply in some respects, in my view, is like a kind of a massive application fee. And with the questions out there about what the demand is really going to be with that factor added onto it, I don't believe I could support adding another application fee. And that's kind of where I stand on it. I think it needs to be zero. I'm always appreciative of differing opinions, however, and I just wanted to say where I would stand on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebert. Any further discussion on that? Commissioner Charette.
Sorry. I just wanted to say, for my wife's birthday, I had a hard time buying her a birthday present, so I ended up buying her a concert to Red Rocks in Denver. And I scored some really nice tickets at a great price, and then I had to pay a lot of fees, and I still paid those fees willingly to go. And I think it's the same thing. If they're going to pay $185 for a hunting license, then the 10% for $18 is going to be on there as well. That's not going to deter people from paying it. So if we're having an application fee for residents, I think we might as well have the same application fee at a minimum for non-residents.
Thank you, Commissioner Charette. Any further questions, comments, thoughts from the other commissioners? Commissioner Murphy?
If there are no other comments or suggestions, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, anybody else? I guess before you make the motion, I would just say, I guess I would have one question for the director. Is it the department's intent then to reestablish or re-put these application fees back in the near future?
Mr. Chairman, that's an open question. I think that really comes down to what we do see for demand and what the revenue is. There's a chance that if there's more demand and we have more participation in this process, that we wouldn't feel like we needed to, as you said, pile on and add that additional application fee. There's a chance that if it's kind of in that, kind of break even or where we're at now, then we likely would. So yeah, that's not a great answer, but I think it does remain an open question, and I see the attorney standing up.
I was just, Mr. Chairman.
Owen, please.
I was just going to add one thing to that. The way the temporary rule is written is there's essentially a discount order written in the rule for the first year, but the department would need to come back to the commission again in subsequent years to ask for a discount order, so you guys would review it again going forward after the first year.
Thanks, Owen. So the default would be that the application fee kicks in unless you specifically discounted it after 2026.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Charette.
I'd like to answer my own rhetorical question where I said, is it fair? And there will be other opportunities that if they buy that hunting license, they could still buy other tags that are available that don't fall under the non-resident. So while they have to buy a hunting license for the draw, if they wanted a bear or mountain license, that hunting license could still go for a bear or mountain lion tag. So while it's tied to deer and elk on the application fee for the hunting license, it's not, there's other opportunities. So they're not paying, the hunting license is not an application fee per se.
Thank you, Commissioner Charette. Director?
Thanks. And Mr. Chairman, I just add that that also affords them, if they're unsuccessful in this non-resident limited draw, then it affords them the opportunity to put in for a controlled hunt, which, as you remember, they have to have a hunting license for that process in May anyway. So it's not a total loss to them, including for the reasons that you just said.
Thank you, Director. I guess my final comments on that subject is I have a lot of faith in what the department's put together here. I think that you've had a lot of people putting a lot of hard work into this, and so I'm comfortable with moving forward as the department directs. So, Commissioner Murphy, did you have a motion?
Yes, non-resident tag issuance, temporary rule. I move the commission adopt the temporary rules presented to be effective immediately for the rule to be applicable to the sale of specified non-resident deer and elk tags for 2026. With the governor's finding pursuant to Idaho Code 675226, the governor's temporary rule is appropriate to protect public health, safety, welfare, and reduce a regulatory burden that would otherwise impact an individual or business. And further, that the commission authorize the department to make non-substantive edits in the proofreading process that do not alter the sense, meaning, or effect of the rules.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Is there a second?
That's second.
Second by Commissioner Bobbitt. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Amber, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to cover something real briefly that isn't on the agenda that is directly related to regulatory issues, and that has to do with Idaho Code cleanup. So Idaho Code cleanup came about from House Bill 14, which has been directed toward the agencies to identify code chapters, sections, or subsections that are obsolete, outdated, or unnecessary. So when that bill came through, that's effective date July 1, we have to have a report to the legislature by September 1 with all of those chapters identified. In this process, the governor's office had identified that they would like to get in front of the process, and so they have also provided additional instruction for us to do more work beyond that, which includes identifying those chapters early, and then we put that through our DAG review. So Owen and Kathleen will be doing the review over that, and then once the review is done over those chapters, the director will review those at that point in time. The intent is to have any ideas for repeal put through to the Governor's Office, Division of Financial Management, by the end of June, with ultimately ideas for draft legislation due August 8th into the Governor's Office. So at that point, prior to that, we will bring those to you just so you are aware of what's going on and have a chance to review which chapters we will be putting forward to repeal for recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Amber, any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, Amber. Great presentation. Next on the agenda is FY26 shooting range grant funding recommendations. Sarah, welcome.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, good morning. I'm going to give you a short presentation today on the fiscal year 26 range grant recommendations. I'm going to briefly go over the highlights of a few projects that have been done this past year, talk about the Citizens Range Grant Committee, and talk a little bit about our funding, and give some recommendations for the upcoming year. To start, House Bill 396 was enacted in 2020. Enacted the Public Shooting Range Fund, which is administered by Fish and Game to develop or improve or expand public shooting ranges. And the Citizens Range Grant Committee was ultimately created from that to provide shooting range grant recommendations to the director and the commission. Regional staff and I work together to assist with the preparation of the range grant applications every year and put those together to present to the commission annually. Just some highlights for this past year. We have a few that we would really like to show off. This first one is a complete skeet range from Cedar Hills Gun Club in Blackfoot, Idaho. This was from the ground up. This was a very big project. They're very excited about it. It involved everything from start to finish, from the grading to the skeet buildings and to skeet throwers as well. It cost a significant amount of money, but they've seen a tremendous result from it. They've had a great outpouring of support from the community. A lot of people are already in line to use it, and they're delighted with this project. And as you can see, it's a beautiful range. There aren't a lot of skeet ranges, public skeet ranges in Idaho, so this is a really wonderful thing that they can offer the community. And Cedar Hills is a really great partner with us, and we're excited that they finished this project. Next, we have Bear River Riflemen in Montpelier. This is a much smaller project. Most of our projects are smaller. They are a small shooting range in Montpelier, and as you can see in those top pictures, they had water dripping off of their eaves, and it was dripping onto the walkways and creating a icy situation, a dangerous situation for people walking out of the range. So just a simple build, putting some doorways and eaves and stairs out of those doorways, and it's an immediate result. The steps are safe, and the water goes off the eaves, and it's much safer for their shooters to go in and out of. They have long winters, so they very much appreciate this. And finally, we have the Sandpoint Gun Club in Sagal. I was very excited about this one. They had a very primitive restroom for their shooters. As you can see, the women's restroom is the fancy one on the left that you see. The men's restroom was the outhouse on the right. It was very primitive. They were a little bit embarrassed about it, but they're very delighted that it was done entirely with volunteer help. That shed was built, it was under $5,000. They're delighted to have a nice facility. We all laugh about the restrooms. Restrooms are one of our primary projects. Many people ask for restrooms, but that's one of the attractors of getting the public into a shooting range. We're trying to attract and retain more shooters, and having nice facilities to go to is a very big deal. Nice, clean facility. They're very proud of this project. We are impressed with it, and they're going to finish it off with an accessibility ramp probably in the next year or two. So that's a good one. I was really excited to see that project go through. So we'll move on to the funding sources for our public shooting range grant program. We get our funding through the Pittman-Robertson Wildlife Restoration Act funds, the PR funds, and those are accumulated through manufacturer excise taxes on firearms, ammunition, and archery equipment, and 10% on handguns, 11% excise tax, on firearms. And it's important to note that about 73% of those funds are accumulated from non-hunters, primarily target shooters and recreational shooters. And we also get money from our fine and forfeiture fund, comprised of fees accumulated from violations of fish and game laws. This year, we have $375,000 total for our public shooting range grants. $281,000 of that is from the Pittman-Robertson, and $94,000 of that is from our fine and forfeiture funds. This year, the committee has recommended $352,316 in projects, which gives us a contingency of $22,684. Some of these projects take a while to start, and so the contingency allows for inflation or unexpected costs. And our Citizens Range Advisory, this looks very different than what I made, I promise. Our Citizens Range Advisory Committee consists of 7 volunteer members from the state, one for every region in the state. And I'm involved also, along with our federal aid coordinator and a few other technical advisors. They all serve two-year terms, and this year they had to review 54 projects total from 25 ranges, asking for over $1.4 million in grant funding. Obviously, we don't have that, so it was a very competitive year. This year, we had to do a pretty in-depth analysis of all these projects. The key factors we take into consideration are public access. Public access is the number one. We're trying to attract and retain public shooters. Public benefit, the cost, feasibility of the projects, and supporting documentation such as bids and estimates and planning. And finally, our advisory committee, we held 4 virtual public meetings this year from January through February, ultimately recommending 21 projects from 17 ranges. And every region, we're happy to say, was represented in the state. Again, we're delighted to have that. It was quite a process to get these all done, from $1.4 million down to $351,000 worth of grant requests. And that is all I have for this presentation. Just going to take some questions if there are any, and otherwise I would like to recommend to the commission approve funding for the fiscal year 26 range grant recommendations.
Thank you, Sarah. Questions, comments? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner Roach.
I move the commission to approve the director's range grant funding recommendations in Table 1, and that the director retain discretion for assigning the grant funding source.
I have a motion before you. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second.
Commissioner Bobbitt seconds. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Sarah. Next on the agenda, Shane's going to talk about revised discount orders for second non-resident mountain lion tags. Good morning, Shane.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I'm here today to present a proposed revision to Discount Order 2447. The revision would align that order with recent big game season setting changes that you made last March, make one change to simplify regulations, and make one correction. The Commission has a long tradition of discounting certain tag prices to encourage focused hunting effort. At the November 2024 Commission meeting, you approved Discount Order 2447, which discounted selected mountain lion and black bear and wolf tags for the 2025 and 2026 hunting seasons. The discount order covers black bear and mountain lion tags in a variety of units, mostly from north through central Idaho, and wolf tags statewide. At the March Commission meeting, you set big game seasons for 2025 and 2026 and added units 10A and 45 to the list of units where a second mountain lion tag may be used. Since both the use of a second mountain lion tag and discounted non-resident tags are both mechanisms to encourage hunting, they often go hand in hand. So basically, I'm here today to ask to add those to the discount order. Additionally, the use of a second lion tag had already been permitted in Unit 11, but in the past it had not been discounted. The Clearwater Region staff doesn't have concerns with including it in this discount order, so adding it would contribute to simplification of our big game regs and make it standardized where second lion tags are also discounted for non-residents. So we are suggesting the inclusion of Unit 11 as well. So here is the actual mock-up, which you, I believe, have in your packets, with yellow highlighting be additions and red strike-throughs being deletions. This is the full revision that we're suggesting, which includes wording describing the revision date and purpose, the modification to the second bullet point to add discounted non-resident tag fees for mountain lions in Units 10A, 11, and 45 for the upcoming 2-year big game season setting cycle. And it also corrects one previous typo on the previous order that corrects the effective through date to 2026, that down there at the bottom. What I've included here is an example motion that is a bit more encompassing than the one that's in your gold sheet, that encompasses that typo that we caught on the bottom of the order as well. So for your convenience, that would be my suggested motion, and I would be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Shane. Questions, comments? Commissioner Ebert.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion. I move the commission revise discount order 24-47 to add discounted non-resident tag fees for mountain lions in Unit 10A, 11, and 45, and other wording revisions as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebert. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Charette, seconds. Any further discussion, questions, comments? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you, Shane. Next on the agenda is the draft mountain goat management plan release for public input. Welcome, Laura.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I'm Laura Wolf. I'm a regional wildlife biologist in the Panhandle region and the lead on the mountain goat management plan update. I'm here to present an updated draft of that plan and looking for your support to take this out for public review. The previous mountain goat management plan was approved by the Commission in 2019. The update of this plan includes recent harvest data, recent mountain goat literature, and adjusted population management unit boundaries based on more recent mountain goat location data. The update includes details about strategies from the previous plan that were addressed by the department in the last 6 years, which I will touch on at the end of this presentation. Mountain goats are an iconic species of both consumptive and non-consumptive values here in Idaho. They live in some of the most rugged, high elevation places in the state. They're a fascinating creature. Most of the year you'll find nanny and kid groups foraging together with billies separate until the breeding season. Mountain goats mature at a slower rate than other ungulates. So unlike deer and elk, who typically have their first young at 2 or 3 years of age, mountain goat females usually don't have their first kid until they're 4 or 5 years old. Mountain goats live in steep, cliffy, rocky habitats that provide protection from some predators and where winter snows don't accumulate because it's so steep. They're able to find forage among these cliffs even in wintertime. They eat a wide variety of plants, including lichens, mosses, grasses, and forbs. And because these alpine environments have pretty short growing seasons, mountain goats can impact these plant communities, which may take a while to recover. Changes in habitat, such as wildfires, can reduce forage and thermal cover for mountain goats. Conversely, lower intensity burns may actually produce nutritious forage. Activities that alter habitat, such as mining or road building, can negatively impact the limited habitat that currently exists, which is why conservation of existing habitat is a management priority. This map shows mountain goat observation locations from the past 35 years. You'll see that the bulk of our mountain goats are found in the central mountains of Idaho. The mountain goat management planning team designated population management units based on mountain goat locations, habitat that is connected, as well as expected barriers to dispersal. In the updated plan, some PMU boundaries were adjusted to incorporate new mountain goat locations and expected habitat use. Each PMU is described in the plan, along with historical population and harvest data, and updated management strategies that are specific to those mountain goat populations. People love to recreate in mountain goat habitat, including myself, hiking and ATVing in the summertime, skiing and snowmobiling in the wintertime. Unfortunately, the negative impacts of some of these activities have been documented, especially related to helicopter disturbance. When mountain goats are disturbed, they may spend reduced time foraging, they may alter habitat use, and even potentially abandon preferred habitats. Mountain goats are particularly sensitive to disturbance while on winter range and during the kidding period of late spring and early summer. While most mountain goats flee from human disturbance, we do have isolated situations where mountain goats have become habituated. Now, this can cause human safety issues. And typically mountain goats are habituated when people feed them, or they're regularly acquiring salt in the form of urine along popular hiking trails. When this happens, mountain goats can become aggressive. We've had a number of incidents where hikers have been injured in the state by mountain goats that have been habituated. Fortunately, using educational signage and folks who are trail ambassadors to talk to hikers has reduced the bad behavior by both humans and mountain goats. Another factor that's affecting mountain goats and their habitat are changes in our weather. Idaho is already experiencing warmer weather, and while when we have warmer winters, we see more precipitation fall as rain, this reduced snowpack can improve over winter survival for mountain goats. The benefits of that are likely outweighed by our warmer temperatures in the summertime. So as summer temperatures rise, mountain goats have to go up in elevation to find cooler temperatures and snow patches that they use to help regulate their body temperature. Warmer summer temperatures also can cause our forage to dry out earlier, which is less nutritious for them. Disease and parasites have not been known to cause any effects on our Idaho mountain goat herds. There are some concerns about possible disease transmission between bighorn sheep and mountain goats because both species have been documented with the same strain of MOV, which causes pneumonia. There's also research to be done about potential disease transmission between domestic livestock and mountain goats. Most of our mountain goat information comes from population surveys. Our hunted populations are typically surveyed every 5 years, usually through aerial helicopter surveys and sometimes through our ground count surveys. Since 1960, about 270 mountain goats have been translocated within Idaho. Some of these translocations have helped establish new populations, such as the Seven Devils herd. Translocations in more recent years have not been as successful. Our most recent translocation occurred in 2007, and that was moving goats from Utah into the Lemhi Mountains. Within 3 years post-release, 17 of our 20 adults had died. A more recent translocation in Washington between Olympic National Park, they moved over 300 goats to the native range of the Cascade Mountains, and only about half of the adult females survived a year. The updated plan includes guidelines when considering translocating mountain goats in Idaho. Historically, there were many more mountain goats in Idaho than we have today. Open seasons with unlimited tags through the 1950s reduced many of these populations because goats are so sensitive to harvest. Since then, increasingly conservative hunting seasons with controlled hunts have helped stabilize some populations, but others continue to decline, potentially because of continued overharvest and/or changes in habitat, weather, and disturbance. Small populations of any species can decline due to random events such as a severe winter or a wildfire. For example, a population of 50 mountain goats has a roughly 30% chance of declining even with no harvest. The 2019 mountain goat planning team modeled mountain goat populations to help managers select appropriate harvest rates for their mountain goat herds. This harvest model has been retained in the updated plan. Using survival data from mountain goats just across the border in Alberta, along with population sizes and recruitment rates, kid ratios, that we expect to find in our Idaho herds, we look to see how different harvest rates, ranging from 1% to 5%, and different percent females in the harvest will change our population growth rates. Idaho encourages hunters to select billies, but it is legal to harvest a nanny because of the difficulty of sexing goats from a distance. However, mountain goat populations are very sensitive to harvest due to their low reproductive rate. Educating hunters about how to sex goats can reduce the number of nannies harvested, which in turn can lead to more hunting opportunity. And higher harvest rates or more tags can be offered with populations that have consistently higher kid to adult ratios. So these graphs show how population growth changes when we have different recruitment rates. For example, this is a population of 100 goats with 1 goat harvested per year. When we only have 10 kids per 100 goats in that population, we're going to have a declining growth rate, so the population is declining. Whereas on the other side of that graph, you'll see a population where we have 21 kids per 100 goats, we'd have a definitely increasing population. So looking at recruitment is pretty important when we're trying to adjust harvest. This graph is looking at population growth rates for herd sizes of 100 and 250 goats. A population growth rate of 1, which is the red line in the middle of this graph, means that the population is stable and is not changing. When we have a population growth rate less than 1, that's below the red line, our population is declining. And when we have a population growth rate above 1, above that red line, our populations are increasing. Generally, we want to keep our herds above that red line. So this is looking at how the percent females in the harvest can change our population growth. In this example, we have a 3% harvest. So for a population of 100 goats, that means that we have 3 goats harvested per year. And if we're considering the midpoint of this graph where we have 30% females in the harvest, that would mean we're harvesting 2 billies and 1 nanny out of that herd. As you move from low percent females in the harvest to higher percent females, you can see our population growth rate is declining. So if we only have 10% females in the harvest, both population sizes are going to be increasing. As we get to 35 or 40% females in the harvest, we're hitting below that red line and our populations will be declining. So high nanny harvest is going to impact mountain goat populations even if they're very large. Here in Idaho, the statewide average has been about 25% nanny harvest in the last 10 years, which is encouraging. However, it's really important to note that there's a wide variability in our female harvest across our populations. We have some hunt areas that have no nanny harvest in the last 10 years, and some that are approaching 50% nanny harvest. There are a series of harvest tables in the appendix of this plan that can be used to determine the appropriate harvest rates for each mountain goat herd. Using known population size and kid ratios from our surveys and our percent females in the harvest from our BGMR data, managers can look up to see how their herd will perform under different harvest scenarios. This highlighted example shows that harvesting 3 goats per year in a population of 100, 2 billies and 1 nanny, will produce a roughly stable population, but there is still a 30% chance of decline. Given that our statewide management is to maintain stable to increasing mountain goat herds in the state, the Mountain Goat Plan team recommends continuing to use these harvest guidelines. First, allow harvest on populations with average recruitment rates of 15 kids per 100 adults or greater. And remember that recruitment occurs June 1st. So if surveys are done earlier in the year, managers are going to want to account for some downward adjustment of our kid ratios, knowing that not all are likely to survive to June 1st. Second, allow harvest in populations of 100 or more mountain goats, where random events such as avalanches or wildfires are less likely to have a large impact on those populations. And lastly, allow harvest rates of 3% or less in herds with at least average recruitment. Since adopting the 2019 management plan, the department has made progress on many of the strategies laid out in the plan. The department collaborated with the U.S. Forest Service on land and travel management, including using known mountain goat locations to guide oversnow vehicle planning in the Selkirk and Cabinet PMUs. The department worked with trail volunteers who educated hikers about habituation issues and coordinated with U of I on winter microclimate and snow depth research. The department collected disease, biological samples, and DNA from mountain goat mortalities, including hunter-harvested goats, and monitored for MOV. In the past 6 years, the department has flown 13 aerial surveys in 10 PMUs and 5 ground count surveys in 3 PMUs. We studied alternative monitoring methods for mountain goats, and we found that double observer ground count surveys can be used to estimate occupancy and abundance of goats, but that remote camera surveys were not successful at producing good estimates. Managers adjusted tag allocations in their PMUs based on the harvest guidelines that were set forth in the 2019 plan. Controlled hunts were offered in 10 different PMUs and a total of 19 hunt areas. Chairman Davies brought the suggestion of a mandatory sex ID course to the commission in order to help hunters properly identify billies and understand the importance of targeting males in the population. Public surveys were conducted in 21, showing high levels of support, and the mandatory sex ID course was implemented beginning in the 2023 harvest season. There has been a decline in nanny harvest statewide, where it dropped from 27% in the previous 6-year average to 20% between 2019 and 2024. We would like to release the Mountain Goat Management Plan update for public comment through June 8th. We will incorporate public input and intend to present a final draft to the commission at the July commission meeting. There's just one small change I wanted to mention that's different from the copy that you have in your hand that we would include in the copy released to the public, and that was a correction to the Lemhi PMU survey data. I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Laura. Very good presentation. Questions, comments?
Yeah, Laura, I had a question. Are we able to identify carrying capacity for goats like we do other species of range areas?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, that's a great question. We have not been able to do that so far. I mean, it's fairly hard to do for most species, but I have not heard of any research that has been able to do that for mountain goats.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roach.
I missed, you said there was a small change from what SEER, what is the change about?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, there was a slight error in the most recent Lemhi PMU survey data, so it was like 10 goats off, and yeah.
Thank you. I guess I got one question, since you did such a great presentation. You talked about the high mortality rate of translocation. Any ideas on what's causing such a high mortality rate?
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a variety of things. I mean, it seems like I was there when we translocated the goats from Utah into the Lemhi Range, and there were some typical reasons that they died: falls, predator mortalities, but there were quite a few that were related to what looked like malnutrition at odd times of the year. So it may be that they had trouble finding enough forage, appropriate forage. As Commissioner Bobbitt mentioned, carrying capacity, potentially in the Cascades, the carrying capacity was full. So bringing in goats, even though it was native range, maybe they could not actually handle any more goats in those ranges.
Interesting. Thank you. Okay. There's not a motion needed for this, just a head nod. Is that what we need here? So I believe you have your head nod. Anybody? Thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay, next up on the agenda is the commission direction for the Wolf Depredation Control Board funds. Tricia, good morning.
Good morning. Let's see. Got to make sure I have my right ones because I have this one and the next one.
All right.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I'm here to present Agenda Item 5F on the Commission direction for the Wolf Depredation Control Board funds. So, the Idaho Wolf Depredation Control Board was legislatively created to administer wolf control funds to ensure the level of wolf depredation control services in Idaho remain unchanged following Federal Endangered Species Act delisting and associated loss of federal funding for the USDA Wildlife Service wolf depredation control activities. The Wolf Depredation Control Board does not have management authority for wolves, but is responsible for allocating funding for wolf depredation control actions authorized by the Fish and Game Commission and Department. The Commission and Department maintain authority for management and control of wolves, which is required to maintain Idaho's eligibility for receipt of federal excise tax funds for wildlife conservation, fish and wildlife management and restoration, and public shooting ranges, as Sarah already mentioned, which is one is our Pittman-Roberts funds. Idaho Code 225306 maintains this control by authorizing the Commission to direct the Board's use of fish and game funds and requiring the Board to comply with the Commission's direction for funding wolf depredation control activities. That same code also directs, soon after July 1st of every year, that Fish and Game transfer $300,000 from Fish and Game license funds to the Wolf Depredation Control Fund into the Fish and Game has a special transfer account. And if you look on your monitors, this is just showing what the sub-account looks like this year. So every year, we came into July 1st of this year with about $226,000 in that account. We transferred in the $300,000. We had about $21,000 for expenses that came in from the last year as we were billing out the last year's funds. So this year, we've spent approximately $251,000 for both the cost share agreement with the Foundation for Wildlife Management, as well as other wolf management activities, wolf control activities. We have a few more invoices that are due to hit, but we are going to have probably about $250,000 left in that account before we do our next transfer. One of the other things to understand is that the Wolf Control Board also receives general funds. They receive about $392,000 in general funds from the legislature, as well as assessments collected from livestock brand fees and the Sheep and Goat Board. And those are mostly for working on domestic livestock conflicts. So I'll get into the staff recommendations. Staff recommends directing the expenditure of up to $450,000 of the Wolf Depredation Control Board Fish and Game funds for the management and control of wolves for the protection of ungulates in management units and zones with predation management plans or where management objectives are not otherwise being achieved, and in units where wolf depredations on livestock or domestic animals are chronic. The $450,000 is going to be comprised of the $300,000 in the annual transfer that we do around July 1st, as well as $150,000 of that excess funds that I just showed you. The expenditure of fish and game funds would include $250,000 for department-directed control and management actions for the protection of ungulates in those units and zones with predation management plans, or where the management objectives for ungulates are otherwise not being achieved. In addition, we recommend that the expenditure of fish and game funds for up to $200,000 via the department cooperative agreement for nonprofit organization reimbursement of hunters and trappers for expenses incurred during the legal harvest of wolves in units and zones with predation management plans or where management objectives of ungulates are not being achieved, and in units where wolf depredation on livestock or other domestic animals is chronic. Staff will prepare a letter for the chair's signature reflecting the Commission's direction for the funds for the Wolf Depredation Control Board. I will stand for any questions.
Gentlemen, questions, comments? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion? Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move the Commission direct the Idaho Wolf Depredation Control Board expend up to $450,000 during state fiscal year '26 for the protection of ungulates and to address livestock depredations with the target areas and subdivision of funding as described by staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Roach seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you. Tricia, please continue.
So, Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, I will now present item 5G, Commission direction for the Animal Damage Control Board funds. Idaho Code 36-112 directs the annual transfer of $100,000 from Fish and Game License funds to the statewide Animal Damage Control Fund for prevention and control of damage caused by predatory animals and other vertebrate pests to agricultural production in Idaho. Once again, to maintain the eligibility for Fish and Game federal excise tax funds for wildlife conservation, fish management, and public shooting ranges, the commission must maintain control of that. And we do that through the commission directing how those funds are spent and what is to be done with those funds. In past years, the commission has directed $50,000 of that $100,000 to support USDA Wildlife Service activities identified in a 2006 Memorandum of Understanding with the Department and the Animal Damage Control Board for general control of predatory animals. We've also typically directed the remaining $50,000 to be split between other activities like intensive coyote removal, mule deer initiative, feral hog control, as well as American white pelicans. So this year, our staff recommendations will be very similar. $50,000 for the general predatory wildlife control that's consistent with the R 2006 MOU. $25,000 department authorized depredation control for black bears and mountain lions, and then $25,000 for department directed activities to manage the effects of piscivorous birds, mainly pelicans, on fisheries resources.
Thank you, Tricia.
I will stand for questions.
Questions, gentlemen?
Mr. Chairman, what does piscivorous mean?
Chairman, Commissioner Evert, piscivorous means animals or birds that eat fish. So it would be, we're looking at, right now, looking at creating a depredation plan for piscivorous birds, which would include pelicans, herons, cormorants. I think that's the three that we're looking at right now.
Learned a new word today, didn't we, Don? The challenge is to use that word 10 times a day in the next week to get it.
Piscivorous.
Yes, okay. Okay, gentlemen, do we have anybody care to make a motion? Commissioner Charette?
Oh, you're gonna make me say the word. I was hoping Commissioner Ebert would do it since he enunciated it so well. I move the commission direct Animal Damage Control Board to expend the transferred Idaho Fish and Game funds during state fiscal year 2026 as follows. $50,000 for general predatory wildlife control consistent with the Animal Damage Control Board MOU, $25,000 for the department authorized depredation control of black bears and mountain lions, and $25,000 for department directed activities to manage the effects of piscivorous birds on fisheries and resources.
Well done, Commissioner Charette. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Commissioner Bobbitt seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Seeing none, chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Tricia.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, we are well ahead of schedule, and since we're going to have to listen to Sal here in a little bit, why don't we take a quick break and come back at 10 to 10. That'll give you about 20 minutes, I guess. Is that good? Okay. Reconvene at 10 minutes to 10.
Yes, we are clipping right.
Yes. Yes. Okay, if we get everybody to take their seats, please. Okay, well, it's 10 to 10. Actually, it's about 8 to 10, so we'll reconvene the meeting. Next on the agenda, none other than Sal is going to come up and talk about the Thiessen land acquisition. Did I say that right?
Are you sure? Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Director Fredericks. This presentation is on the Thiessen acquisition that's located in the Clearwater region. Many of you are probably familiar with this parcel. It was presented to the commission through executive session back in January. This property is located on the Clearwater River, 6 miles west of the town of Orofino. On the map in front of you, you can see the Orofino over there on the right-hand side of the slide. And then the parcel itself is there on the left-hand side of the slide. This area is very popular with salmon and steelhead anglers. The Thiessen property is 1.7 acres in size and would be added onto the McGill access site that the department currently owns. So just for perspective, on the slide in front of you, the blue and purple area there are the currently owned McGill spur access sites. The small sliver that is showing up in that circle would be the 1.7 acres that would be added onto that site if this was acquired. Currently, the McGill access site has 1,500 feet of riverfront. If the potential acquisition of the Thiessen site would double that river frontage for anglers. The appraised value of this parcel is $110,000, and the department is proposing using the salmon and steelhead set-aside funds for this acquisition. To the best of my knowledge, there are probably parsivorous birds in the area for this area. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Fantastic presentation, Sal. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Hearing none.
I'll just make a comment that steelhead fishing's kind of a big deal in Orofino, and I think this is a great thing. And with that, I would make the motion that the commission acquire the 1.7 acre Thiessen property.
You have a motion before you. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Second by Commissioner Harshbarger. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you, Sal.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, spearfishing seasons and rules. Lance, welcome, Lance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have the next agenda item, but let's start with agenda item 5I, spearfishing seasons and rules. As you might remember, this topic started almost exactly 1 year ago at the Coeur d'Alene Commission meeting, where some sportsmen came forward and said, hey, we'd really like the opportunity to expand our spearfishing take from non-game fish. And so that's essentially what brought us here today. Where are we going? I'm not getting clickered. I'm getting no clicker here, gentlemen. There we go. As a refresher, we went through the rulemaking process, created a definition of spearfishing, and in the rules, it specifically allowed that the commission has the authority to establish which game fish species may be taken by the newly defined spearfishing. Where am I going? So in the packet and what was posted on the public website, and in addition to the gold sheet, there were two documents. There was a summary of the public outreach, and then the actual 12 proposals were contained in attachment 5.1B, which included the staff recommendations for seasons and limits that are under consideration today, and also included a rationale for each specific species and body of water, along with a summary of the specific public recommendations that were associated with each water bottle or each individual proposal. Ultimately, staff ended up putting forward 12 proposals. We did a public comment period following the last commission meeting, opened it in April, ran that for about 14 days, and we had over 1,500 website responses. So we opened this for a very defined time period, did all the standard outreach, including news releases, social media posts, et cetera, and 1,500 responses is maybe a record for any fisheries topic. We had 482 written comments specifically to the proposals, and it represented about 754 individuals because multiple people were interested in different proposals. Staff in the southeast region also had one public meeting with members of a local bass club that were very interested in the proposal. So, not really sure what's going on here. You want to just run the slides? All right, hit the next slide. And we're dead.
Shouldn't have taken a break.
We were on a roll.
Try it again.
All right. All right. So one of the things that all these proposals have in common, they're specific to a specific species of game fish, and by region, an individual water or a specific group of waters. Because the Commission's authority doesn't technically take effect until July 1, these proposals are also, and the recommended motion is that for these to be approved to take effect July 1. There's also no daily bag limits associated with any of these proposals, and no possession limits or length limits, and that's because in the waters and the proposals here, these are either fish species that we're actively managing against to support another conservation or fish management objective, or they were a result of illegal introductions, which we're also not managing for those fish. So let's start on the proposals, and this is kind of the high-level summary. The detailed proposal is in 5.1b. But for the Panhandle, Region 1, the proposal is that walleye in all waters of the Panhandle be included and allowed for spearfishing. For lake trout, Lake Pend Oreille and Upper Priest Lake, where we have specific targeted removal programs to support cutthroat, bull trout, and kokanee and other management objectives. And then for northern pike, there's a little bit larger list: Pend Oreille, Clark Fork River, Pend Oreille River, the Pack River, and tributaries. Moving on to the Clearwater, and this you'll see a theme for all of the regions that have salmon and steelhead waters. And essentially, bass and walleye, the proposal is to open them to spearfishing in all rivers and streams and that have anadromous fish. And for walleye in the Clearwater, because there is no targeted managed fishery for walleye, it's all waters that are open to fishing in the Clearwater. Moving on to the Southwest, and keep in mind the northern half of the Southwest region overlaps salmon and steelhead water. So the walleye proposal is similar to, or is identical to, the Clearwater proposal. All waters open to fishing. There's also no managed walleye fisheries in the Southwest region. And then for bass, it's all of the salmon and steelhead habitat, Salmon River, Little Salmon, et cetera. Moving into Magic Valley. So Magic Valley is kind of the first area where we get the illegal introduction. There's a decent population of bass in Magic Reservoir, and that was a typo. It should have been Magic Reservoir, not Magic Valley. But the smallmouth bass are there because someone put them in a bucket and translocated them, not because we're managing for them. Likewise, in Blackfoot Reservoir in Southeast region, there's an illegal bass introduction, and that is one of our core Yellowstone cutthroat conservation areas. We've been working really hard managing the piscivorous birds that are associated with that population to try to bolster that. And the Commission had a chance to tour the Blackfoot Reservoir habitat projects up there that are associated with some of the mine reclamation. So bass are really not compatible with that species, and that's how they made it on the list. And then you get to the upper Snake, just over my left shoulder, a few miles is Ryrie Reservoir. There's an illegal walleye introduction there. That population's been mostly fairly low, but recently pulled off a pretty decent recruitment, and so abundance went up. It's probably never going to be a destination spearfishing opportunity, but there are walleye there, and we wanted to give people an opportunity to take a shot at them, literally. And then in the salmon region, we're working on, again, coming back to the anadromous waters where bass in rivers and streams anywhere found, and then walleye, all waters open to fishing. So the public comment period, as I said, we had a pretty considerable engagement with the public, had over 700 people. 71% of those were Idaho residents, and 10% did not identify a residency, but a reasonable split of resident and non-resident participation here. And then, so moving into the Panhandle, and all of these proposals had, from the people that weighed in, had pretty overwhelming public support. Residents were weighing in. Well over 3/4 of the people who chose to engage supported the proposal of the spearfishing proposals as presented in the Panhandle. When you get to the anadromous waters, it was even higher, over 94% in all cases. And then when you get into what I'll term the illegal introduction waters, residents were highly supportive. The southeast region had the lowest support, which was still considerable support at 87% of residents. And that was the proposal that a local bass club came in, and they were really concerned. And their opposition was really, they're opposed to the spearfishing proposal, but they're also opposed to not managing that body of water for bass as well. So it's a little bit more of a fish management plan decision and management direction than direct opposition to the proposal. In general, the people that were very supportive of the proposal really appreciated the opportunity to engage in this as a hobby and to take fish in Idaho waters. There is surprisingly a pretty decent contingent of Idaho anglers that do also spearfish in other places. We heard from a dive shop in Twin Falls that was super excited about this opportunity in Magic Reservoir. And so all the support is at what you might expect. The opposition largely fell into some fairly confined groups. Like I mentioned on the southeast one, people that are just opposed to the fact that we're not managing for these specific species. There were people that were concerned that there would be misidentification of fish, and so the wrong fish might be taken. And then just there were a surprising contingent of people in the opposition camp, not that there were a lot, but that just said this is totally unsportsmanlike, it shouldn't be allowed at all. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions and put a motion up on the screen for your consideration.
Thank you, Lance. Great job. Questions or comments, gentlemen?
Yes. Mr. Chairman.
Let's go Commissioner Murphy and then Commissioner Bobbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, just say common sense. This, I'm really pleased to see. We were all at the meeting when it was introduced by a couple young gentlemen, and you all evaluated, and here we are. Providing fishing opportunities is always a good, but also, while not a significant population driver, I assume, it's certainly a tool and will contribute to management of unwanted fish in the state's aquatic system, so certainly support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Bobbitt?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd move the commission amend the 25-27 fishing season to adopt the spearfishing seasons and limits presented by staff to take effect July 1st, 2025.
Okay, you have a motion. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Charette. Any further discussion? I guess I would just echo basically what Commissioner Murphy said, which is I really think that this shows the effectiveness and the willingness of the commission to listen to input from the, as well as the department, to listen to consideration from our hunting and fishing constituents, and yeah, this has been a pretty neat deal, and I'm surprised at how quickly it was able to move through, so good work, Lance. With that, if there's no other questions or comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The chair votes aye. Thank you. Please continue, Lance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to agenda item 5J, and I believe there should have been a gold sheet dropped in your box this morning. Apologies, this kind of came onto the agenda very late, but still ahead of the meeting starting. So we're moving into a discussion of an amendment to the spring Chinook salmon fishery. These fisheries are very dynamic, and as you might remember, last week we engaged in some season modification, and so we have a little bit of good news and provide some more opportunity coming up. So the Clearwater Basin, we were operating at the March Commission meeting on a preseason harvest forecast of just shy of 1,200 fish. That's really not a very robust run, and so the proposal was very conservative, started 4 days a week with one adult Chinook as a bag limit. Moving on to the last week, maybe, slide. All right. Moving on to last week, we appreciate the commission meeting, and because the forecast for the Clearwater had jumped up to over 4,000 fish, it bought us some additional flexibility, and the commission approved a 7-day-a-week season in the Clearwater everywhere except the North Fork of the salmon. And there we go. Or yeah, North Fork of the Clearwater. And so those harvest shares, what we're looking for today is the Clearwater has multiple release sites where we put juvenile Chinook salmon in the rivers, and then they migrate to the ocean and they return to those same sites. And so the fisheries are typically crafted around accessing fish that return to a specific location. And so a good chunk of in a normal year, the North Fork of the Clearwater there at Orofino is the majority, over 50% of the fish that are returning. This year, for who knows what reason, the Clear Creek, which is Kuski Hatchery up by Kuski, near the confluence of the Middle Fork and South Fork of the Clearwater, is returning about 60% of the harvestable fish that are returning to the Clearwater. So with that big chunk of fish going upstream of Orofino and changing the harvest shares, we're proposing to modify the adult bag limit for the reaches that are on the screen. So at last week's amended season, the South Fork Clearwater went to a 2 adult limit. And what we're doing is, knowing the number of fish that are returning upstream of Orofino to that Clear Creek area, the proposal is to make this area a little more attractive to anglers, give them an opportunity to harvest 2 fish because there's a larger portion of the run that it's returning to this area. And so the proposal, which is on the screen before you, is to modify only the daily and possession limits as follows. So downstream of Orofino Bridge would remain 1 adult. That's so we don't kind of overrun our harvest share in the lower river. Those fisheries can be really powerful and can take the lion's share of what's available in the Clearwater. And so this proposal keeps that 1 fish limit there, and it opens to 2 fish on the main stem Clearwater upstream of Orofino Bridge. The Middle Fork Clearwater will go to added to that section that is already 2 adults, being the South Fork Clearwater, and changes the possession limit to 3-day possession limit so that 6 adults may be taken. So this is the proposal before you, and I'll certainly stand for questions.
Thank you, Lance. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Ebert.
I do have a comment. It's always encouraging and amazing to me how quick the fisheries has grip on the data based on pit tags and dams and all the stuff we've been doing for a long time. It's pretty incredible, honestly, and my hat's off to you and particularly the crew at Lewiston who takes care of all this. It's kind of impressive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Ebert?
And with that, it would be my great pleasure to make the motion to approve the proposed changes to the daily and possession limits for Chinook salmon fisheries in the Clearwater River Basin to take effect May 22nd, 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebert. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Bobbitt seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Charette?
Mr. Chairman, or Lance, I'm just curious, has e-tagging been helpful in determining population monitoring to allow the seasons to be changed?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that is a very good question. So we introduced e-tagging, electronic salmon and steelhead carding, essentially the electronic permit last year. We've been running, we're not currently managing with it. We're sort of managing in parallel with our standard creel survey systems, but we're on the cusp of making a fairly major breakthrough in that. Last time I checked, I want to say we had somewhere between about 10 and 20% adoption rate, and that was at the tail end of the steelhead fishery, so I haven't actually had a chance to even look at how the salmon fishing aspect of that is moving forward. But it is poised to be a major tool in the toolbox.
Any other questions or comments? You have a motion before you. It's been seconded. Is there any further? I guess we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Lance.
Thank you.
Due to the speed at which we're moving through the agenda, we're having to juggle a little bit on the actual schedule. So the strategic plan update, public outreach report by Adam and Ann. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. We are here today to talk to you about the strategic plan update public input summary. Ann and I and Jen Schneider had a real odyssey around the state in March and April. It was very productive. We had 8 public meetings, 8 staff meetings, 1 partner meeting, and also were able to gather data through a public portal and a staff input portal. So we gathered an enormous amount of information, very helpful information, I believe. Unfortunately, because of the amount of data that we had to process, we weren't able to get the summary into the packet that we sent out to you with all of the information for this meeting. So in your box, you have the summary that we just placed in there this morning so that you can follow along with what Ann is going to run through with you. And if you have any additional questions after the meeting, we'd be more than happy to follow up because we didn't give you a lot of time to really review this prior to the meeting. So my apologies for that. And so with that, I will hand it over to Ann Westcott to run through what we learned.
Thank you, Adam. Mr. Commission Chair, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, I am so excited to be back in front of you with actual information this time. All right. So, as he has just expressed, we took a variety of assessment opportunities to inform the issues, concerns of your constituents. The statewide attitudes and awareness survey that was done 2 years ago, the last 2 years of employee surveys, 42 interviews that I conducted with ops team members and other staff, then these 8 regional public meetings and 8 regional employee engagement meetings. We had 130 individuals come to those public meetings. Over 250 employees were available in our regional employee meetings. Again, we had 1 online partner meeting with 27 organizations, over 400 public comments, and another 31 online employee comments, and then 10 very long letters submitted by partner organizations that you work with. So I feel very confident that I feel like we've done a really good job of getting out there and engaging the public. I was so impressed with the level of thoughtfulness and authenticity that we found throughout all of these regional public and employee sessions. There was a great deal of support for the work of the commission and the department, and some very thoughtful recommendations and comments. So we'll go through a little bit of those. As I will say, there's about 400 pages of verbatim comments, so I'm trying to make this a little bit easier for you to digest at this point. I remind you that we organized all of these public engagement meetings and the assessments around these 8 focus areas that we are framing within this update of the strategic plan: user satisfaction, habitat loss, wildlife disease management and invasive species like piscivorous fish, predator management, agency culture, recruitment and retention, our public engagement, outreach and education processes, fiscal sustainability, relationship with the legislature. Remember, the first 4 focus areas we presented to the public, so they were responding to those, but employees were responding to all 8. So if we look at user satisfaction, across the regions, there were some common themes. We heard a lot about hunter density, whether real or perceived, crowding, declining big game populations, conflicts among residents, non-residents, non-consumptive users, a lot of conversation about motorized vehicle intrusion and access limitations where lands have been closed, enforcement shortfalls, and a real awareness of this increase in population and demographic shifts having a strain on natural resources and their expectations of their experience in the field. Participants called for more enforcement, adaptive season and tag strategies, and better education for new hunters and non-residents, and then increased habitat protection. On this screen, you'll see that there was some variation among region, and you can see which your region primarily talked about. There was, a lot of difference that primarily had to do with your geography, your topography, and the kinds of recreational and sports opportunities people are enjoying in that area. Recommendations, though, that were submitted included addressing crowding versus education, access management, and possibly higher fees, enhancing communication and simplification of the licensing and tag systems, preserving your opportunity state while accommodating increasing growth, incorporating non-consumptive users into the planning and funding mechanisms, expanding outreach, transparency, and modernization through e-tagging, online tools. I know you're always talking about that. And then a lot of conversation about promoting youth and next generation engagement in hunting and conservation activities. Then we move to habitat loss. Respondents in the overall survey and then in all of the meetings that we have identified protecting habitat as one of the top priorities. There are increasing concerns, particularly since the 2015 strategic plan, and a lot of things have changed in the world since then, about the increase in wildlife fires, habitat fragmentation and loss, water rights concerns, increase in residential development, energy development, agricultural transitions, and then a lack of funding for conservation. Participants among the whole were advocating for proactive land use engagement and planning with local agencies, the acquisition of land where possible for connected habitat. You just had a presentation on something similar there. Leases and easements, incentive structures for private landowners to maintain biodiversity, and expanding the current funding model to enable all users to participate in funding habitat protection. Some of those ideas included conservation tags, WMA stamps for non-game use, and excise tax on consumer items for hiking, birding, etc. Additional recommendations, and this is where we are starting to have clear conversations as we move forward about which things are within the department's direct influence and which are not. As we know, your users often are unclear on who's responsible for what in their experience. And so we really wanted to still be very genuine in taking their comments. And as we go through the next process, we'll continue to use this clarification of this is what statutorily we can do, and these are partnerships that we can have. So direct influence in habitat, collaboration with ITT on more wildlife corridors, adjusting seasons and tags as habitat is reduced, improving the WMAs and increasing connectivity in between those WMAs. Indirectly, a lot of call for working with irrigators, recharging aquifers, including conservation logging practices, increasing prescribed fires, managing grazing on public lands, reducing motorized access in sensitive habitats, and removal of cheatgrass and noxious weeds outside of the WMAs. So obviously a lot of things you cannot immediately do anything about, but as we move forward, we'll be talking with staff about where opportunities are to move those needles. Wildlife disease management. Public input revealed to us that many people feel uninformed about the department's current efforts, requesting clear explanations of the science and the outcomes behind current surveillance, culling, and disease control methods. There were mixed views on approaches. Some favored predator involvement to naturally reduce diseased animals. Others were calling for more mandatory voluntary testing and targeted population reductions. Across the regions, specific needs included better website communication, increased coordination with agriculture and federal agencies, and a more visible law enforcement and research presence. Several of the regions expressed concern about captive elk farms and the contributions they may be having to disease spread, advocated for stronger regulation and oversight. Respondents across the board favored science-led management, rapid disease detection, enhanced communication, and incentivizing public engagement rather than imposing restrictions. Specific recommendations that are under the department's direct influence are adjusting season lengths as needed to combat disease, hunting more to cull herds, shortening the length of time for receiving those CWD results, and you'll see that that somehow got duplicated as the last bullet as well. Must be very important. Stopping the feeding of wild herds, making habitat improvements, and combating the introduction of non-native and invasive fish species, or piscivorous birds, also those. I got it in twice.
You
I only
did.
have 8 more to go.
Very good.
Yeah. Specific recommendations that are indirectly related to the department's influence are monitoring the prevalence of avian disease, requiring vaccinations of domestic flocks, regulating commercial elk, sheep, and other domestic species, and partnering with the cattle industry on testing and innovative grazing strategies. Then we move to predator management, which was always the most exciting part of the conversation. Predators of concern, no surprise, are wolves, grizzly bears, mountain lions, coyotes. Turkeys were a big conversation, and fish predators. There is, should I say it one more time? Those piscivorous fish predators. There's concern over increasing public misunderstanding and divisive narratives around predator management. Common themes, the wolves were dominating the predator debate. Grizzlies and mountain lions were eliciting mixed emotions. Often it was tied to livestock conflicts or game population concerns. Many of your stakeholders expressed frustrations about federal restrictions and called for more local authority, which I think all of them were quite aware neither I nor any of you could do a whole lot about. A number of respondents were advocating for science-based humane management and coexistence strategies. Habitat loss and human development were definitely seen as key issues influencing predator interactions. Recommendations that kind of surfaced out of that process were improving the stakeholder education to bridge divides and address misinformation. Promoting transparency and more public engagement using science-based messaging, fostering collaborative management with agriculture and conservation groups, exploring diverse management tools, including non-lethal options and compensation programs. Now we start looking internally into the department. So agency culture, recruitment, and retention. The department already has a working group that's well established within the department. So my awareness was that throughout the state, employees were very aware of the work that was already being done, and they were continuing to comment on this. So you obviously have seen in surveys of your employees that you have a very high rating of satisfaction among your employees in this department. Improvements that were recommended included more collaboration and communication, and awareness that being regionally spread out and having a diverse set of expertise makes it harder to do that sometimes. Courage, creativity, and innovation in problem solving, diversity of gender and philosophy in the workplace, awarenesses of differences in generational work cultures and needs. I'm realizing now I'm one of those older work cultures, unfortunately, because mine comes with an X. That seems old now. Continued improvement in leadership, vision and trust, and work-life balance. Barriers, when we talked about barriers to recruitment, lack of affordable housing, pay levels, educational requirements, lack of advancement without, ability to have advancement without relocation, lack of diversity, lack of trust and respect within the political climate. Recommendations to approve recruitment then, addressing pay and housing strategies, creating a stronger pipeline of applicants, a lot of conversation of specific things that can be done at a younger age to get people into the pipeline, reassessing the validity of some of the education requirements, and considering applicable alternate training methods. In terms of retention, when we asked employees what would make you stay here for another 5 years, increases in compensation that address housing costs, more promotional opportunities, an increased recognition and feeling of value, and then a realization of the department's commitment to work-life balance. And many of the employees will say they're the ones who are bad at work-life balance. So it's not like they're desperately trying to get it and not having department support. It was more that it's just an organization of very passionate people who have a hard time creating boundaries around that space. Again, conversation about how the department can communicate and collaborate better between bureaus and regions. So those recommendations, again, were pretty consistent with what the ARC committee is already working on. For public engagement, outreach, and education, some of this information did come from public input, but most of it is from employee conversations. Emphasizing the need for increased transparency, that to me always says, what does that mean? So that will be something we'll be talking about. Clearer communication of the decision-making processes, stronger efforts to engage a more diverse public in your public engagement and outreach processes, including non-consumptive users and new residents. A lot of conversation about the changing awareness with a lot of people moving into the state, their awareness of how we enjoy our natural resources seem to be of interest. Widespread support for conservation education, particularly targeting youth, newcomers, and underserved populations. More specific recommendations were reinvesting in school-based and community programs, using storytelling, leveraging social media, training volunteers and vendors that are already out on the landscape in providing more education, and improving internal communication. Common thread, continuing to communicate to your stakeholders when they can provide input, how they provide input, how you use the input, and how it impacts policy changes. Fiscal sustainability. Comments included concern about the funding stability long-term, adequacy of funding, and the sustainability of existing revenue streams. Stakeholders, including staff and your agency partners, expressed unease over increasing reliance on non-resident fees, potentially shrinking federal funds, and a lack of support for fee increases and fund reauthorization. Challenges that people are finding in terms of fiscal sustainability are how they're going to fund inadequate infrastructure maintenance, overextended staffing, employees feeling overextended, outdating pricing structures. Suggestions that were include diversifying revenue through inviting non-consumptive users into that fee structure, improving funding transparency, increasing enforcement resources, and strategically planning for economic downturns over the long term. A lot of continued conversation about educating the public about how the department is funded and not funded. Finally, the relationship with the legislature outlines both improvements, a lot of conversation about perceived improvements in that. A lot of Ellery is amazing came up. So someone asked me to bring her cookies. I did not do it, but I told her about it. So staff and partners are acknowledging their progress in legislative communication, but had some recommendations including proactive relationship building, basically continuing a lot of the efforts that are happening now, engaging legislators in field experiences, improving science communication, and reinforcing the public trust mission of the department. All right, so for next steps there, we have all of this information, and we are now moving forward into the updating the strategic plan process. We have established 8 working groups interdepartmentally among all bureaus and regions. I will be meeting with each of those working groups 2 to 3 times during the summer to consider all of these assessment findings, what they have, the internal expertise that they bring, and the recommendations that have been forwarded. We'll be developing action plans that identify the specific tasks that need to be taken in order to roll up into those goals, objectives, and strategies within the strategic plan. And we'll be back in the fall to share those action plans with public partners, partner agencies, employees, and with the commission for review. And that is it. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Ann. That was a lot of information.
It was
You
a
did
lot. I'm
good-
sorry.
You did a good job of getting through it, and it was very, very informative. Are there any questions or comments from the commission? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you, Ann. Appreciate it.
Just a comment.
Commissioner Murphy.
Or maybe an observation looking toward the future. When I spoke with Anna, I brought this up, and I appreciate her addressing some of it, but just to reinforce it, the department manages grazing use on some or all at WMAs. I'm not familiar with how many or where, but all of it, when it occurs, requires physical fencing, whether that's post or pole or wire. And along with that, for pastures and riparian protection. And fences, as my friend knows, require a lot of maintenance and costs. And when there's fires, it requires heavy lift on costs for replacement. And the University of Idaho, our state is ahead in the whole nation on doing research on virtual fencing, for example. And they're working with operators across the state and many industry manufacturers to not only prove up, but now it's been proven up. The commission was at the moose fire some years ago in salmon, and now we're on, I think, grazing season 4, where fences aren't relied upon, and they're using virtual fences, which has a whole lot of advantages. And given the discrete nature of a WMA, I think this is just a good opportunity. It's a compass. It's looking towards the future. It's nothing we can just stand up right away, but to continue to partner with UI and look for an opportunity, at least one at WMA, and of course you have to have a willing operator, livestock operator, and try to stand up virtual fencing, and by doing that, elimination of at least interior pasture fences, if not the boundary fence, riparian, improved or reduced barriers to wildlife movement and so forth. So, and I apologize for just jumping in with this one, but it's one that I've been tracking now for about 20 years, and because again the discrete nature of a WMA, it's not as vast as, you know, the BLM and the Owahis, which is kind of daunting, but this would be a great opportunity to look at how we can change how we incorporate grazing management in WMAs if we do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Deputy Director Rochelle.
Mr. Chairman, we are well ahead of schedule, and if I could ask, if we could move Cade Bolin up to give your grizzly bear management presentation, I need to get him back in the field.
Okay, I think that sounds like a great plan. Up next will be the Upper Snake Region Grizzly Bear Management and Program Overview. Welcome, Keg, and thank you yesterday for a very interesting and informative tour.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, thank you for your time this morning and, of course, yesterday for coming out on the field tour. That was really productive. So, again, I'm Cade Bolin, wildlife biologist for Idaho Fish and Game here in the Upper Snake region. I'm responsible for overseeing our grizzly bear program in eastern Idaho. And this morning, I'll be giving a brief overview of grizzly bear management in the Upper Snake region. So for a little bit of context, before we get started, I'll start by defining where we work. So grizzly bears occur in both the panhandle of Idaho as well as the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, or GYE portion of eastern Idaho. For the purpose of today, we will focus on the GYE. So this figure shows where the focus of our grizzly bear program takes place in eastern Idaho. Most of our grizzly bears, or our highest density of grizzly bears, occur in the Island Park area. This photo in the top left. We do have grizzly bears farther south, down into the Teton Valley area as well. So the blue line on this map represents what we call the Demographic Monitoring Area, or DMA. The DMA is a defined area used in the GYE Grizzly Bear Recovery Program to track population dynamics and monitor the grizzly bear population. So the DMA is a scale at which we monitor grizzly bear populations in the GYE. It includes parts of Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, and encompasses both Yellowstone and Grand Teton National Parks. So the DMA is the focal point for monitoring efforts, including population estimates and mortality rate assessments. So although grizzly bears can and do occur outside of the DMA or the blue line, these bears are in addition to our monitored population. So we have a small piece of the pie. Only 8% of the DMA is actually in Idaho. So we've touched on where we work. Now we'll focus on the three components that comprise our grizzly bear management program in eastern Idaho. So these three core components are research and monitoring, conflict management, and outreach and education. So we'll start with our research and monitoring efforts. So Idaho Fish and Game is a member of the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team. The study team is an interdisciplinary group of scientists and biologists responsible for the long-term monitoring and research efforts on grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. Study team members are representatives from the U.S. Geological Survey, the National Park Service, U.S. Forest Service, tribal members, and the states of Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. The study team is tasked with monitoring the status and the trend of the grizzly bear population in the GYE, and also determining patterns of habitat use by bears and the influence of human activities on the bear population. So as active members of the study team, Fish and Game is committed to collecting grizzly bear data in Idaho that is essential to ecosystem-wide population monitoring. So while collecting these data, we adhere to a strict monitoring protocol. So what does this monitoring protocol look like? We can't count every bear in the population, so we need a method to estimate population size. We do this by implementing a statistically valid survey effort so we can produce an annual population estimate for the GYE. We do this by marking individuals, monitoring movements and survival, documenting females with cubs of the year, and also determining and documenting cause-specific mortality. So to this end, we conduct research captures each season where we mark a sample of both male and female bears to contribute to the ecosystem-wide monitoring efforts. In addition to research captures, we also conduct camera surveys each season to provide additional observations of females with cubs and to help us obtain a better idea of grizzly bear distribution and occupancy in our portion of Idaho. So we have some areas that do not receive as much attention with our research trapping efforts, and the cameras help us fill in these data gaps. So we place over 20 cameras depicted by the red dots in this image across the Idaho portion of the DMA, and data from these cameras provide distribution and occupancy information across the GYE portion of Idaho. Well, can I go back? So at the end of the day, what do these efforts give us? Our research and monitoring efforts allow us to monitor vital rates of the GYE grizzly bear population. Vital rates are factors that determine the size, age structure, and composition of a population. The vital rates that we monitor include age at first reproduction, so how old our females are when they're having their first litter, average litter size, so how big these litters are, survival rates of all cohorts and sexes, habitat use and food habits of our grizzly bears, and also body condition. So what do we do with these vital rates? We can use these data, again, to determine distribution, occupancy, and ultimately generate that population estimate. So the annual population estimate is generated through an integrated population model, or an IPM, similar to what Idaho Fish and Game uses for many deer populations across the state. So the IPM allows us to use the full suite of demographic data that we collect on an annual basis and put that into a unified analysis. This allows an estimation of multiple demographic parameters of our population. The framework of the IPM links changes in population size over time with variations in these vital rates. Our annual population estimate in 2024 was 1,050 individuals in the GYE. That number is the estimated number of bears that occur inside the DMA. Bears outside of the DMA are in addition to this number. So just in case you're curious, this model works at the population level, and as such, guessing the number of grizzly bears in eastern Idaho would be speculative at best, as it exceeds the capability of the IPM. So in summary, the results of our research and monitoring efforts generate critical information that help guide grizzly bear policy and management across the GYE. So now we'll transition from our research and monitoring program to our conflict management program. So I'll start by defining what a human grizzly bear conflict is. So for the purpose of this discussion, a human grizzly bear conflict is an interaction between humans and bears that result in property damage, agricultural damage, or public safety issues. A few examples of human grizzly bear conflicts include bears accessing garbage, livestock or crops, close encounters or attacks, predation on livestock or pets, property damage, or bears that are in close proximity with humans that pose a safety risk. It's important to note here that human safety is always paramount in our conflict management program. So why is our conflict management program important? It not only helps promote social tolerance of grizzly bears, but also helps generate department support. So this figure shows all documented human grizzly bear conflicts in the Idaho portion of the GYE since 2005. This is represented by the blue line in this figure. The red line represents all documented grizzly bear mortalities. These are all mortalities, all documented mortalities, so that's both human and natural cause mortalities. So it's not surprising that with an increasing grizzly bear population and an increasing human population, we've seen an overall increase in human grizzly bear conflicts. Not only do the number of conflicts vary each year, but we also see variation in the types of conflicts. For example, in 2024, we documented an unprecedented number of human grizzly bear conflicts, which we'll discuss in a few slides. So as a study team, we focus on 24 different conflict types, as shown here on the right. But for the purpose of this discussion, we'll focus on the top 5 conflict types that we've documented in eastern Idaho since 1994. Our leading conflict type since 1994 is the other conflicts category. This category includes conflicts such as encounter-type situations, habituated bears, and potential safety risks. Our second most prevalent conflict type over this period is bears obtaining unsecured garbage. Cattle depredations are our third most common conflict type, followed by bears obtaining human foods, and lastly, livestock and pet food conflicts. This figure highlights confirmed cattle depredations from 1999 through 2024. So while cattle depredations have remained relatively stable since 1999, we saw an unprecedented number of depredations in 2024 with 29 verified cattle depredations. So while managing these livestock conflicts, it's important to note that we do not have sole jurisdiction in regards to management actions. We work closely with and value our relationships with Wildlife Services, the U.S. Forest Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and livestock producers to help mitigate these conflicts. Wildlife Services personnel conduct depredation investigations and aid Idaho Fish and Game in capture, relocation, and removal efforts. We are currently collaborating closely with the Office of Species Conservation and the Idaho State Department of Agriculture to address recent legislation aimed at compensating producers for verified losses and implementing effective conflict prevention strategies. While there isn't a silver bullet for livestock conflicts, prevention or reduction, we are currently working with producers to identify and implement conflict prevention measures on the landscape through House Bill 592 funds. So, in response to all these conflicts, our program continues to proactively prevent, mitigate, and manage conflicts in Island Park and the surrounding communities. We have a host of methods at our disposal to realize these conflict reduction and prevention goals. These include securing attractants, phone calls, site visits, and canvassing of neighborhoods and campgrounds in the Island Park and Teton Valley area, carcass removal along Highway 20 and other high human use areas, warning signs when bears are frequenting high human use areas, and as a last resort, management actions that include relocation or removals. So in addition to our direct mitigation efforts, we continue to have a strong outreach and education program in Island Park and the surrounding communities. Through work with our own personnel and volunteers, we continue to educate the public on how to live and recreate in bear country for the safety of both humans and bears. To this end, each season we attend 25 to 30 public outreach events. At these events, our staff and volunteers educate the public on living and recreating in grizzly bear country, and we also provide free bear spray trainings. Last season, we attended 26 events and contacted 7,000 individuals. In addition to these structured events, we provide education in dispersed and designated campgrounds throughout Island Park. We also maintain a strong presence in local neighborhoods where we speak with homeowners and renters on maintaining bear-aware communities. Rental properties continue to be a source of unsecured attractants, so we created and distribute attractant storage signs to rental property owners to help mitigate potential conflict. All of these efforts are made possible through partnership with the Henry's Fork Wildlife Alliance, Idaho Master Naturalist, the U.S. Forest Service, Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and local community members. We continue to maintain a strong social media presence in regards to bear safety. As soon as bears start emerging from their dens in the spring, we release 2 videos, one about living in bear country, the other about recreating in bear country. Idaho Fish and Game continues to release several more videos and press releases about bears and bear activity throughout the summer. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, again, thank you for your time today and yesterday on the field tour. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Cade. Questions, comments? Commissioner Harshbarger.
I got a question for Cade. Do you think pestiferous birds have played any role at all? I've been finding that for an hour. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Commissioner
I got to make a couple comments. One, appreciate the tour yesterday, and you look quite a bit different in your outdoorsy costume than you do today, and you clean up pretty nicely.
Appreciate it.
Yesterday, I gotta say, as many times is the case, I'm just so totally impressed with your dedication and your knowledge and how much more there is that goes into what you do than I realized, you know, and it's very educational experience. And so when you go out there and see what you guys are doing, and then you see the evidence that you showed us that, yes, there are bears present, it gets quite a bit more real for a guy like me. And it's like, oh my God, this is pretty impressive. And anyway, I just got to give you kudos for the work that you do, and you and your staff and everybody that took us around yesterday. And it's like, man, you guys are on it, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would echo that and say that not only that, but your passion for what you're doing really showed in the tour yesterday. And yeah, anybody that thinks that the Fish and Game personnel aren't dedicated employees and passionate about their work should just stop by and chat with you or somebody else like that and get a feel for just how much your work means to you. So, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, thank you, Cade. Get back to work. John, do you have any more suggestions on moving forward? I'm seeing John Oswald standing up. Is that?
I am trying to help you out here, Mr. Chairman. I think if we put John Oswald up next for agenda item 10 and then come back to item 6.
Okay.
And then I think we can get item 11 in before lunch.
All right. Strong work. John Oswald, if you come up and give us a fiscal year 27 budget forecast, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. Today I'm going to forecast the FY27 development process for the budget. And so fiscal year 27, just as a reminder, is a year from this July. So right now we're in fiscal year 25. We're on schedule to finish the year within budget in just about 6 weeks. Fiscal year 26, which the legislature just approved the budget for, starts on this coming July, $162 million. And so now we're embarking on development of fiscal year 27, a little over a year from now. And so talking about the timeline for that, I'll be coming back to you in July to vote on and approve a fiscal year 27 budget. So I want to preview that process a little bit. Right now, May through June, we're collecting needs from across the department, from staff, and compiling all of those, getting that ready to come back to you in July. And then we'll ask for your vote at that time on some proposed budget items with 10% flexibility as we continue to kind of revise our estimates on costs into August. After that, we submit the budget to the Governor's Division of Financial Management and the Legislative Services Office around September 1 each year. They look into it, ask a lot of questions from about September to December. And then around January each year with the state of the state, the governor recommends the budget that he wants to move forward with. And that's the budget we support to the Joint Finance Appropriations Committee ultimately. And that committee, also JFAC for short, typically passes a budget on to the House and Senate around February. By March or April, usually we have it out of both houses and the governor signs it, becomes law. So that's just the start to finish process. Some of the mechanics that you'll see in the July budget, we have what's called a base budget, also called a maintenance of current operations budget, meaning it's just the budget we need to maintain the status quo, employee salaries and year-over-year operating expenses. On top of that, we add some maintenance costs to that, such as employee health insurance increases, a 1% placeholder for CEC, which is change in employee compensation or employee raises, things of that nature. And then the thing we go into detail the most on is what we call enhancements or line item enhancements, which are increases to that base budget. So we'll have two kinds of enhancements, and there will have ongoing enhancements which actually increase that base, meaning year to year, that's a permanent increase in the budget. You'll also see some one-time increases, which are, just like they sound, maybe a one-time ask for something like the Salmon Regional Office remodel last year, for example. And so from there, once you guys approve that, we'll follow that timeline, as mentioned earlier. And kind of moving on from the budget process itself, I also wanted to kind of forecast some of our revenue picture here. 84% of the department's revenue falls into two categories. That's license sales, license tags, permits, and then federal funds. And so on the license side, we've had pretty stable, but I'd also call it flat license sales year to year. We've been selling out of our non-resident deer and elk tags, so there's not a lot of opportunity for growth there. Resident sales, it takes a lot of residents to make a big increase in there. So going forward, we may see a little bit of resident increase from the price lock action that was taken in January to where we're continuing price lock but disallowing the opt-ins. We'll see a little bump from that. And then non-resident, talked about quite a bit earlier. Picture's a little less clear on that. It really depends on what we were talking about earlier, which is demand remaining strong. There's the opportunity to see some additional revenue if, demand is higher than the number of tags we have. Also mentioned some of those licenses that are kind of the fee for entering into the draw. Some of those folks are going to get a controlled hunt tag later or mountain lion tag or something of that nature. So it's not all of those unsuccessful applicants in the deer and elk draw are going to be a net increase in revenue. But optimistically, I could see us gaining a little bit of revenue out of that. We'll come with our 27 budget. Will most likely be conservative on increases to the license-funded base budget part of this, just until we have a clearer picture on demand. Then on the federal side, we have 4 of our federal programs make up 92% of our federal revenue. And through some of the, we might have heard in the news about the federal budgets and DOGE and some of that. So far, indications are that those are going to be stable moving forward. And so that's good news for the department. Can't guarantee there won't be any shakeup, maybe the remaining 8% still remaining to be seen. And then PR and DJ, or Pittman, Robertson, and Dingle Johnson are 2 of those 4. So I like to forecast that a bit. Pittman and Robertson is down 5% this year compared to last year. However, we've managed the funding for that conservatively. Wildlife has left some of that in the bank account with the feds year after year to kind of offset any decreases. And so we're not anticipating any shortfalls coming into the fiscal year 26 and 27. Dingle Johnson, which is sport fish restoration kind of side of things, that's actually up 11%. It's anticipated that's a one-time bump, and it'll probably return to fiscal year 24 levels after that. I think we'll be looking at taking some of that bump and banking it like we did on the PR side to offset any, decreases. Not that we have an inclination it's going to decrease, but just conservatively managing that as well. And then as far as upcoming budget requests for fiscal year 27, I can tell you I have not gotten any piscivorous requests yet, but I'll let you know in July. So with that, I'll be back in July with some actual budget numbers for you guys to look at for fiscal year 27, and be glad to stand for any questions you have.
Thank you, John. Questions, comments? Commissioner Murphy.
Quick question, John. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just the overall reason for that 5% downturn in the PR and then the upturn in the Dingle Johnson, just in general, where's that coming from?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, PR is, Sarah mentioned earlier, is the excise taxes on firearms, ammo. And so we see spikes sometimes, just different external factors, whether it's just what's happening at the federal level, and it's returning more to levels we saw there, even though it's down 5%, we're still above where we were at pre-pandemic. So even though it's coming down, it's kind of a one-time spike. We're seeing it return more to quote-unquote normal.
Okay, that whole upturn during COVID.
Right.
People on the ground, okay. Got it.
Right.
Thank you.
And then on the Dingle Johnson side, the way the feds invest that money, there is a big one-time gain from some investment on the DJ side of things. And so that bump is actually an investment bump, not that's excise tax on boat fuel and fishing tackle. Is what normally drives DJ. In this case, the bump is mainly an investment gain from some creative stuff they did. So that's why we think it's one time. It's not an increase in the collection on those excise taxes per se.
If you could share with me later where those investments are most lucrative, I could really use that for my family. That 11% increase sounds really good.
I would agree with that.
All right, thank you.
Director Fredericks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd just add to that, appreciate John's presentation, and we try to advance a conservative budget in any year, and particularly this year, given some of the uncertainties that John referenced, while still ensuring that we're providing the facilities and the equipment and the training that we need to get our job done, and we'll continue to do that, and we've been very successful the last couple of years, so I feel good about that. There is just a lot of uncertainty in the federal picture right now, and I think to John's credit, to I think our agency's credit, every time we hear something, we're not lighting our hair on fire thinking that we've got to start, developing RIF plans for our staff, because there's a lot more noise out there than probably is constructive, but there are, some of this stuff is definitely real, and I just want people to know we are very much paying attention to it. The Dingle Johnson piece of it, it's up right now. There is concern in the industry, the sport fishing equipment industry, that the tariffs are going to affect that, and yet the tariff discussions are a day-by-day thing, and so we really don't know. There may be a little bit of a dip in DJ funds, maybe a dip in PR funds. We're watching it closely. There are some other funds that are talked about being zeroed out. We're watching all that closely. But I think all in all, we're positioning ourselves to make sure that we submit a budget that is that's going to be sound, and that we'll have the funds to back it up.
Excellent. Great. Thank you, Director. Anybody else got any questions or comments?
I have another question, and it's maybe for the director as much as John, but I noticed what I'm looking here and seeing as far as quantity sold and revenue for hunting and fishing license, would it be safe to say that demand is still strong, if not increasing slightly, and people still love to hunt and fish in Idaho?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, I would absolutely agree with that. Demand remains strong, both resident and non-resident. And even though revenues are relatively flat, the good news is people are coming back year over year, and there is a slight uptick in number sold on that. And there's a lot in the product mix, and not every bit of the product mix is in the graphs for the financial side of things. And so the dollars may not always reflect the units sold, where we might sell more fishing licenses, but maybe fewer salmon and steelhead permits. Hopefully not. With the way things are going, hopefully we're going to sell more of those. But
thank you. All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. I guess we're going to move to agenda item 11. Is that correct, John?
How about number 6?
Okay, we'll go with 6. Hello, Greg.
Oh, thanks. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. The Shikar Safari Club International is a nation, actually a worldwide organization. They're hunters. They generate funds and nationwide and worldwide contribute funds to habitat protection, habitat enhancement, conservation law enforcement, and one of their main tenets is conservation law enforcement. So each year they recognize a conservation law enforcement officer for excellent performance. And so all of those kind of fit right into what we were talking about with the strategic plan in terms of habitat and employees. And so I'm here to present the Shikar Safari Wildlife Officer of the Year Award. And this is for 2024. So I'm going to bring that officer up here, and then I'm going to go through just a little bit of what occurred in 2024 for her to get this award. And so Senior Conservation Officer Megan Roos is going to get the Shikar Safari Wildlife Officer of the Year Award this year. So come on up here, Megan. So they send a nice, pretty pewter plate for the Officer of the Year. They also provide a very official certificate, a lapel button, and actually a life insurance policy.
Which I do not plan on using.
Good call. So anyway, I just want to talk through what Megan did in 2024. So Megan's performance and accomplishments were significant and definitely warrant celebration. She exemplifies what it means to be a wildlife steward and a public servant. Over the last few years, the Magic Valley has received multiple complaints about helicopters harassing wildlife and interfering with hunters. Her investigation uncovered a conspiracy to market and sell deer, elk, and pronghorn tags totaling more than $100,000. So the investigation included search warrants on smartphones, residences, digital data devices in 6 different counties. So very large. Her attention to detail highlighted her tenacity, resilience, and dedication to wildlife. The unlawful activity impacted landowners and hunters across all of those regions, and actually this effort has increased their trust in our agency to address some issues that they felt needed to be addressed. So these are very difficult violations to detect. It's not that easy to chase a helicopter or to find one doing something wrong. So it takes a lot of detailed investigation to get to a point where prosecutors are comfortable. But along in this theory of criminal law, if the evidence is good, they go after the officer, right? And that's exactly what they have done. But Megan has handled all of this with professionalism, and she has never wavered from her commitment. Her boss is here, also Regional Conservation Officer Clint Rogers, and a statement from from one of the nominations was, "I admire her strength and confidence as she navigates through this court process." Still navigating. But it looks like the end might be near, which is good. So this investigation spanned across many weeks and actually years, to be honest. It included hundreds of hours of data analysis. When you download a cell phone and there's 5,000 texts, it takes a little time to dig into those. So it's incredible what all of our officers do when it gets down into the nitty-gritty of these investigations. So it was detail-oriented. So she was able to gather all this information and establish a timeline and present it to the Twin Falls County prosecuting attorneys, and they were easily persuaded to move forward with this case. So sometimes that's difficult based on how many things there are. Anyway, while she's doing this one big investigation, she also continued to do her routine patrols in her regular patrol area, cover vacant patrol areas adjacent to her, and assist other officers with search warrants on other cell phones and digital devices as well. So another person noted that Megan exemplifies the qualities of an exceptional officer. Her tireless efforts to seek out and hold violators accountable has significant impact on the protection of Idaho's wildlife. One of Megan's remarkable traits is her ability to approach complex challenges Every single one of the officers that works with her will tell you that, and she does so with grace and fortitude. So it's my pleasure to present this award to Megan. Her efforts are great credit to herself, this agency, Idaho Fish and Game, and also the great state of Idaho. So thank you. All right, yeah, if I can talk Jim and Ron into coming right over here by this moose, and we'll get a picture. And Clint.
Megan, would you like to say a few words before we do that?
Thank you and Clint, wherever he went. This investigation would have never gone anywhere without an department support. You can't do something like this by yourself. So it's a team effort. I have people in the region that also helped. I know this goes to me, but as usual, anything good is a team.
Very good. Strong work.
Don't worry about the picture.
Thank you for your flexibility.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He's in
Good job, man. Thank you. I think it's a commission bond. That's going to be an after lunch one. Okay.
I don't think Hillary's person's here yet.
Okay.
We'll get it on schedule for later.
You put Sage in that bullpen next? Yeah. Ready to go. All right. Let me tell you how I know.
That is awesome. That case is just incredible to me.
3 minutes. And then late lunch. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Sage, that is a tough act to follow there, but we wish you well in doing that. We appreciate you moving up your presentation. Next on the agenda then will be the South Fork Snake River Rainbow Trout Suppression Program and Yellowstone Cutthroat Trout Management. I didn't get perseverance in there, but it's a big word like cantaloupe, so I'd have a hard time with it, but welcome.
I'll try to slip it in, yep. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Director Fredericks, for allowing me to speak with you today. I'm going to give you guys a bit of a break from hearing about big game and anadromous fish issues and talk about a resident fisheries issue that we have going on in the Upper Snake region. More specifically, about Yellowstone cutthroat trout conservation and non-native rainbow trout manual suppression on the South Fork of the Snake River. So the South Fork of the Snake River originates in Yellowstone National Park, then flows south along the eastern edge of the Teton Mountain Range before turning west and flowing into Idaho at the top of Palisades Reservoir. Below Palisades Reservoir Dam, the South Fork of the Snake River continues to flow for another 68 miles until it's joined by the Henry's Fork of the Snake River to form the Snake River proper. So this portion that's highlighted here in the darker blue on this map is the portion of the South Fork of the Snake River that's completely contained within Idaho and where we have management authority of. It's also where all of these operations that I'm talking about today are occurring. So there are 4 wild, naturally reproducing salmonid populations in the South Fork of the Snake River. There are native Yellowstone cutthroat trout, native mountain whitefish, non-native brown trout, and non-native rainbow trout. And while we do monitor all 4 of these populations, I'm only going to be talking about Yellowstone cutthroat trout and rainbow trout today. And for those of you who haven't had a chance to float the South Fork of the Snake River, it is truly spectacular and wonderful resource in Idaho that has become a world-class destination fishery. And this is in large part due to the native Yellowstone cutthroat trout population. Aside from them growing particularly large for the population in the South Fork of the Snake River, It's, yeah, holding the little fish. It's also one of the largest riverine populations where all life history strategies are intact. So there are resident Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the South Fork drainage that spend the entirety of their life in the small tributaries to the South Fork. There's a migratory component that spawn and rear in the tributaries but spend the majority of their life in the main stem. And there's also a large main stem component. These are fish that spend the entirety of their life in the main stem. Additionally, it is the largest migratory population of Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the state of Idaho. And while this is a robust population that's larger than many other populations throughout their native distribution, they are not free from threats. Some of these threats come in the form of unnaturally low water levels in the South Fork due to water management at Palisades Dam, or entrainment into the robust canal system into the throughout the lower portion of the river. But we consider the primary threat to Yellowstone cutthroat trout being the competition and hybridization with non-native rainbow trout. The department began monitoring the trout populations using our kind of modern electrofishing techniques in 1986 on an annual basis or near annual basis. And from 1986 and throughout the 90s, two trends in the trout populations were observed. One, Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the South Fork of the Snake River abundance was declining, and the distribution and abundance of rainbow trout throughout the river was increasing. While this was certainly concerning, it was not necessarily a surprise. The decrease in abundance in Yellowstone cutthroat trout populations was something that had been observed throughout the entirety of their native distribution, so much so that the species was listed for, or petitioned for listing under the Endangered Species Act in the 90s. They did not become listed. However, today they still remain a species of greatest conservation concern in the state of Idaho. And this was a trend that we wanted to get ahead of as a department. So we first implemented management actions to benefit the conservation of Yellowstone cutthroat trout by constructing 4 weirs on the 4 primary spawning tributaries to the South Fork of the Snake River: Burns Creek, Palisades Creek, Rainy Creek, and Pine Creek. And these weirs are operated throughout the entirety of the spawning run. Every rainbow trout that is captured in one of these weirs is removed from the system entirely, and all Yellowstone cutthroat trout are allowed to pass upstream to access spawning territory. And while these weirs were exceptionally successful at providing spawning refuge in the tributaries, the patterns that we observed in the main stem of the South Fork of the Snake River throughout the 90s continued into the early 2000s. And in particular, we continued to see an increase in the abundance of rainbow trout. Fortunately, at this time, we had a forward-thinking fisheries manager in the region, who's currently our director today, Jim Fredericks, who implemented additional management actions to get ahead of these trends. And these additional actions came in the form of, 1, broad sweeping regulation changes to the river. Historically, the South Fork of the Snake River had a closed season to fishing. That season was lifted so that anglers could fish throughout the entirety of the year. Cutthroat fishing on the river became catch and release only, and the bag limit for rainbow trout was lifted entirely, so anglers could harvest an unlimited number of rainbow trout. A few years after these regulation changes occurred, we also started a harvest incentive program. This harvest incentive program involves the department going out, using coded wire tags and essentially an invisible tag, very small, that injecting those into the snouts of rainbow trout, releasing those trout back into the river. Anglers can then turn in the heads of every rainbow trout that they catch. We can scan them, and if one of those heads does have a reward tag, we will award the angler that dollar amount, or that tag amount, which ranges from $50 to $1,000. And for the few years after these 2 additional management actions were in place, we were really optimistic about the results, and we thought that we had gotten ahead of the issue. We saw a consistent decline in rainbow trout abundance in the South Fork of the Snake River. Then 2015 came and went, and from 2015 until 2018, that trend reversed, and we saw a precipitous increase in rainbow trout abundance in the river, which indicated to us that additional management actions were going to be needed to be adapted in order to conserve Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the South Fork and reduce the rainbow trout population. Fortunately, some work had been conducted in the drainage a little bit earlier into the mid-2000s, which indicated that we could successfully remove rainbow trout from a system using backpack electrofishing units to benefit Yellowstone cutthroat trout. So in Palisades Creek, one of the tributaries to the South Fork of the Snake River, a 5-year study was conducted where they used backpack electrofishing units to remove these fish on an annual basis. And by the end of this study, it was determined that, the results showed that not only did it regain the dominance and abundance from Yellowstone cutthroat trout in that system over rainbow trout, it also substantially reduced the amount of introgression or rainbow trout genes that were in the Yellowstone cutthroat trout gene pool. This made us curious if we could scale up this operation and use it as a conservation strategy on the main stem of the South Fork. Before we could start that operation, though, we needed to define an objective for that particular program. Fortunately, some graduate work that was conducted in the mid-2010s indicated that in order to benefit the Yellowstone cutthroat trout population on the South Fork of the Snake River, we would have to remove 20% of the rainbow trout population on an annual basis. A few things had changed since this study was conducted and had been published until 2018. One of them being the rainbow trout abundance in the river had substantially increased. And two, the number of anglers participating in our harvest incentive program had decreased. We were seeing fewer anglers turning in fewer fish. Because of these two things, we decided to hedge our bets and set a goal of removing 30% of the rainbow trout from the river on an annual basis. So once we had our objective defined, we set out to initial feasibility testing. In 2018, the goal of field tests were really to determine if we could target rainbow trout on redds, or essentially kind of nests or spawning colonies within a river. Could we target those colonies, remove those fish, and would more rainbow trout recolonize those redds so that we could then remove them in subsequent sampling events? And if that did occur, how many days would that take? The answer was yes. If we do, or if we remove rainbow trout from a redd, new rainbow trout recolonize that redd, and it takes about 4 days. So with that information, we moved into the second year of our feasibility testing, and in 2019, we really wanted to see if we scale up this operation, could we meet our suppression target with the resources that we had allocated? And we determined that yes, it was feasible to get to that 30% goal with our resources. So the project was set to start in full earnest in 2020. However, COVID hit. It was deemed a non-essential activity, and it began in full earnest in 2021. So to determine our 30% goal for 2021, we looked back into our 2020 fall abundance estimate, which indicated there to be just over 2,200 rainbow trout per mile in the South Fork of the Snake River. We know that rainbow trout primarily occupy the 19 miles of the river immediately downstream from Palisades Reservoir. So we used these numbers to come up with an estimate for the total river, which was 42,370 fish. 30% of that is 12,711, which was our suppression target for 2021. So once we had our target, we set out to actually suppressing fish. In 2021, we spent 24 days on the river. Each one of these days involved at least 2 electrofishing jet boats operating, and we averaged 377 minutes of shocking per day. And we're able to remove just over 10,500 rainbow trout from the system, which averaged to about 1.4 rainbow trout per minute being removed. We deemed this to be a very successful methodology or season, so we continued on with these methods into 2022 and 2023. Since we had become a little bit more efficient in 2021, learned some things, we figured out ways to reduce the total amount of time we had to spend on the river. We brought more staff in so that we could have a workup boat, which would allow the jet boat electrofishing to occur throughout the entirety of the day. That being said, we still spent 15 total days on the river in 2023. And this presence, which required us running up and down the river in electrofishing jet boats with large, loud generators, and then occupying a portion of the boat ramp in the evening where we would then transfer the fish that we were removing into stocking trucks to relocate those fish to different water bodies throughout the region to provide additional angling opportunity. This was a large presence, and it was clear, but some user groups were not particularly thrilled of that. And they made this quite clear to us in a variety of ways. In particular, the outfitting and guiding community. They created stickers that they handed out to the fishing community. They posted signs at boat ramps or attached them near our trucks. They would put pamphlets or little manifestos under the windshield wipers at anglers at boat ramps, and they also became very active and vocal participants in our public meetings. And I didn't put any of these stickers up to offend anyone. I just really wanted to show kind of the attitude that the staff had been dealing with throughout the initial years of this project. It being clear that this was unpopular with one of our major constituent groups and a really important industry in the region, we wanted to come up with a compromise. So our fishery manager, Brett High, as well as our regional supervisor, Matt Piron, sat down with outfitters through multiple discussions and came up with a compromise in which we would not be out on the river shocking fish in the springtime, removing fish, if they agreed to harvest fish during their paid client season. And while multiple outfitting outfitters were vocally against us e-fishing, two of the outfitting outfits, the South Fork Lodge and the Lodge at Palisades Creek, stepped up and they agreed to harvest fish. So in 2024, our suppression efforts relied entirely on angler harvest. The general public turned in just over 800 rainbow trout, and the guides and outfitters turned in just under 3,200 rainbow trout throughout the season, which allowed us to exceed our suppression goal by 11 fish. This was the third time in the first 4 years of the program that we were able to exceed our suppression goal. Once this suppression season was wrapped up for 2024, we did our annual fall abundance estimates, in which we estimated there to be just under or just over 2,100 Yellowstone cutthroat trout per mile, which is approximately 400 fish greater than the 10-year average. Conversely, we saw a reduction in the density of rainbow trout in the upper portion. We estimated there to be about 300 less rainbow trout per mile than the 10-year average. More encouraging results, over the last 3 years, we've also seen an increase in the total proportion that Yellowstone cutthroat trout comprise of the total trout population, I should say, in the South Fork of the Snake River. So much so that 2024 marked the first year that Yellowstone cutthroat trout comprised over 50% of the total trout population in the South Fork of the Snake River. This is the first time this has occurred since previous to the implementation of the Harvest Incentive Program. Moving into 2025, we have again been working with the guides. We've agreed not to remove fish using electrofishing in the spring if they harvest fish during their client season. The two outfitters, the Lodge at Palisades Creek and the South Fork Lodge, have again agreed to get on board and will harvest fish. We have continued to and will continue to communicate with other outfitters, try to remove any barriers or roadblocks, do what we can do as an agency to get them to participate in the program. We've also made a concerted effort to tag or put out more reward tags in rainbow trout in the South Fork of the Snake River, just to reinvigorate the kind of public's participation in the Harvest Incentive Program. Once the 2025 suppression season wraps up and we conduct our annual abundance estimates, we'll be able to quantify the entirety of the results from the first full 5 years of this program. From there, we can then determine what future management actions will be necessary to conserve Yellowstone cutthroat trout on the South Fork of the Snake River. And lastly, this was a huge project and it required a ton of effort, more than we had in the region. Tons of staff, both permanent and temporary, and volunteers from throughout the entire state came and helped. We also had a ton of help from our local NGOs like the Henry's Fork Foundation, and then again, a huge thanks to the South Fork Lodge and the Lodge at Palisades Creek. It's been really fun working with them, and it's been cool seeing members of an industry become active participants in the conservation of native species. So with that, open it up to any questions.
That was fascinating, Cade, or Sage. Any questions or comments? I guess I have one quick one. You say you're targeting the rainbow, but there's brown trout in there too. Why is there a reason that you wouldn't be removing them? Are they not a species that you're concerned with, I'm assuming?
Oh, yeah. Mr. Chairman, Commission, the primary reason we're not targeting them is they don't have the potential to hybridize with cutthroat trout. They can compete with them. They occupy slightly different spaces and they have different life histories, so the competition isn't quite as severe, but they don't spawn during the spring, they're a different genus. They just don't have that potential to hybridize, which is kind of the second front for rainbow trout.
Thank you, yeah. Commissioner Ebert.
Mr. Chairman, what kind of efforts above us, say in Wyoming in that drainage, what's their view on this thing?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commission. Wyoming's supportive. They don't have, however, they just don't have the species assemblage or the number of rainbow trout that we have. And so they haven't been dealing with this issue to the same level.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Shred.
I may have a dumb question to the surprise of no one, but how do those tags get into the rainbows for the reward tags?
Yep. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. We have a needle. It's a gun with a small needle. We inject them. So we go out and we electrofish those fish. We capture them. We inject it directly into the rainbow trout, and then we release them back into the system.
Is that counterproductive to the suppression?
On a small scale, on an individual level, it is. However, we're hoping that since those tags are invisible to anglers, it's going to incentivize anglers to turn in rainbow trout whether or not they know it has a tag, because they can't, so that we can then, and if it does, we can reward them. If not, they still have harvested fish.
Director, did you have some comments?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. As you can see, this program is near and dear to me, and it feels like yesterday that I was here, and I look at the pictures and am reminded that evidently it was a long time ago. And there's a lot to say about it, and I don't need to, but we've had lots of opportunities to basically throw in the towel, right? And there are a lot of people that have wanted to see us throw in the towel for a long time. And as Sage touched on, this fishery, this Yellowstone cutthroat trout fishery in this large river is just, it doesn't exist elsewhere. It exists upstream of Palisades Dam in Wyoming, but for Idaho, we don't have it. And so if we lose it, we're not going to get it back, and we're not going to get it somewhere else. And this whole drainage up here, including the Henry's Fork, used to be a Yellowstone cutthroat trout fishery. And I think there's a temptation on the part of a lot of people to think that, well, we can have our cake and eat it too, that rainbows won't take over. What's not to love about some rainbows, some browns, and some cutthroats? Very appealing idea, but realistically not likely to happen. And so I think that the work that the current guys have been doing here, Brett and Sage, I just give them a lot of credit for working with the outfitters, and then I give the outfitters that have really paid attention to this and stepped up, probably to the dismay of some of their outfitting counterparts, to be there with us and actually be champions of the effort, because you can't do this alone, right? You have to have the public support, and outfitters are a big part of the public in this area, and they talk to a lot of people, and I just am really happy with the way that we've persisted with this, and we're seeing good results out of it. So that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director. Sage, thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Sweet.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have time for one more. I would suggest Mr. Eric Freeman talking about mule deer.
I love mule deer. Eric, if you come up here.
Agenda item 13.
So, history of mule deer in Idaho. Eric, pleasure to see you again.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Appreciate the opportunity to present today. I'm Eric Freeman, a wildlife biologist working out of the southeastern region. Several months ago, Zach and I were speaking with Toby about the State of Deer and Elk series and what the future of it looked like. It occurred to us that we've spent a lot of time talking about the different aspects of managing deer and elk, but haven't addressed the maybe pressing questions of what actually is the state of deer and elk in Idaho, and why is this the case. Today I'll at least attempt to answer these questions for mule deer using the best available information. Essentially, why are things the way that they are? I'll start by exploring the history of mule deer, then look at several of the factors impacting mule deer populations, then the current state of mule deer in Idaho, and what are current actions that are being undertaken to promote abundance. The history of mule deer begins relatively recently, with consensus being that they evolved into what we know as mule deer after the last ice age. From this point, the earliest documentation of their existence is found in Native American art, archaeological sites, and the journals of pioneers and trappers. While there's not an immense amount of data to go off here, the story that each of these sources tell is that mule deer were historically less abundant in Idaho than bighorn sheep, bison, pronghorn, or elk, depending on where you were in the state. For example, the Trapping Journal of John Work mentions bison countless times, pronghorn 13 times, bighorn sheep and elk 9 times, but mentions deer only twice during the time that his brigade was in southern Idaho. Similarly, bighorn sheep are depicted in rock art almost twice as frequently as mule deer in the southern portion of the range. Several theories exist for this lower overall abundance, but the most likely scenario is that habitat conditions were less optimal for mule deer, which was complemented by a more complete suite of predators in some areas. Several books and many reports on the natural history of the Intermountain West have suggested that mountain brush, sagebrush, and forb communities that support abundant mule deer populations were less common during the pre-settlement era. While sagebrush was likely abundant in flat, arid areas like the Big Desert of eastern Idaho, the mountain valleys and rolling hills that dominate much of the landscape likely supported far more extensive bunchgrass communities. This idea is supported by numerous accounts across southern Idaho, western Wyoming, and northern Utah that describe historical vegetation communities that are dominated by bunchgrass, that today are more based with woody browse and forb species. Additionally, numerous accounts from Native American history suggest that tribes were using prescribed burning to encourage native grass growth, which also serves to suppress shrub expansion. Note here that I'm using terms likely and supported a bunch. That's because none of this is certain. However, I'm using the best available information and describing where the vast majority of evidence points. By the mid-1800s, Idaho is slowly becoming settled, and there's new forces dramatically impacting both the landscape and wildlife that it supported. Market hunting has become a common as settlements have grown and most big game populations, including mule deer, are in steep decline. Additionally, around 1850, we see an abundance of livestock operations become established. James Howley, Idaho's 9th governor, wrote, "They rushed cattle into every accessible locality of the state. Each stockman built up his herd as fast as he could. The attitude of first come, first served prevented any regard for the future." An advertisement encouraging the settlement of Idaho said millions of acres of bunchgrass remain unoccupied. Almost without exception, those who have engaged in stock raising in Idaho have either become rich or are in a fair way to do so quickly. There's an opening here. By the late 1800s, change was occurring, and journals included entries like 10 or 15 years ago, this was fine stock growing country. It was one vast expanse of bunchgrass. When the country began to settle up more, the grass began to die out. Or in another entry, overgrazing was apparent on both summer and winter ranges. After the big winter of 1889, the sagebrush came. I don't tell this story to portray a problem, but instead to identify one of the agents that changed the western landscape and potentially resulted in more abundant mule deer habitat. By the early 1900s, vast ecological changes occurred and is occurring in the western U.S. Vegetation communities have changed, fire regimes have changed, and in southern Idaho, the abundance of bunch grasses has likely decreased, and mountain brush communities and forbs have likely increased. In central and northern Idaho, massive fires have restarted the ecological process across huge areas. Market hunting has reduced game populations, and wildlife management agencies, like the Department of Fish and Game in 1901, are becoming established to ensure the future of wildlife. These ecological changes have set the stage for significant growth of mule deer populations. And by the mid-1900s, this has certainly occurred. Mountain brush and shrub communities across the Intermountain West are likely young when forage values are at their highest for mule deer. Aspen communities are thriving. Fires like the Great Fires of 1910 have reset ecological succession across millions of acres. Each of these factors serves to create young or early successional stage habitat that has elevated nutritional value for mule deer. The figure here in the lower left kind of illustrates habitat succession. In other words, what happens to the landscape depending on the amount of disturbance or lack thereof. Mule deer do really well in this relatively early successional stage habitat that I've bracketed in red of forbs, mountain brush, and aspen. The most likely scenario is that there's several peaks in abundance of mule deer in the mid-1900s, the 1930s, the 1960s, and the 1980s. Unfortunately, data describing mule deer abundance and harvest are sparse during the earlier periods. And even in the 1980s, while we have a better idea of how many people were participating, we still don't really know how many deer were actually on the landscape. Needless to say, it was probably a lot. In fact, there were so many by the late 1980s, they were almost certainly causing damage to habitat, like can be seen in the picture at the top right, with significant juniper and mahogany hedging. Regardless of whether we experienced this or heard stories about it or saw pictures about it, many of us wish that we could return to these times. Unfortunately, all seemingly good things come to an end, and around 1990, things started to change again. This graph depicts estimated mule deer harvest in Unit 76 in the southeastern region over the last 50 years or so. It's important to note here that I'm using harvest to represent the population size and not suggesting in any way that harvest was driving the population. As a wildlife biologist, I've heard all manner of explanations for why this occurred, and unfortunately one of the common themes is that populations were mismanaged by the Department of Fish and Game. Others point to the winter of 1992-93 as the reason for the decline. However, the reality is that conditions that allowed for massively expanded mule deer populations were not sustainable. Was widespread antlerless harvest probably allowed to continue for too long following the severe declines in the early 90s? Sure. But if this caused the decline, mule deer populations would have certainly rebounded after this was changed. And even if there had been zero antlerless harvest during those years, we wouldn't be in any different spot today. Looking again at the graph, you'll note that mule deer abundance was likely declining several years prior to the 1993 winter. Moreover, 93 certainly wasn't the first severe winter in history, and mule deer populations had remained at much higher levels following severe winters in prior years and decades. Along a similar vein here, these graphs are from Nevada. Changes in mule deer abundance here have been extremely pronounced. The graph on the left depicts kind of a modeled abundance through time from 1870 through 2000. And the graph on the right shows antlered harvests from 1934 through 2000. Since the early 1990s, mule deer populations throughout much of the Intermountain West have fluctuated around a new reality, where a variety of factors have prevented population sizes from reaching levels seen in earlier decades. To reiterate this important point, the conditions that allowed for massively expanded mule deer populations weren't sustainable. And my next few slides will delve into several of the reasons why. I'll begin here with the most impactful factor influencing mule deer populations. Large-scale ecological changes have continued over the past 70 years, and the amount of high-quality habitat for mule deer has seen dramatic declines. Aspen communities have declined in extent and quality as fire suppression has continued and conifers have crept in, reducing these areas' value for mule deer. In 2010, it was estimated that aspen in eastern Idaho had declined by 65%. Historically, almost half of the Caribou National Forest forested acreage was occupied by aspen. The loss of critical habitat is portrayed in the remotely sensed image on the left. Green represents more productive habitats, while red represents late-stage conifer. I suspect that this map would have looked very different 75 years ago. Similarly, the picture on the right there is from the Bear River Range and shows a conifer forest in an area that was once a thriving aspen community. Additionally, cheatgrass has become a pervasive force on the landscape. It's dramatically altered fire frequency, size, and intensity, and has caused widespread destruction of sage steppe habitat across millions of acres. Many millions of additional acres haven't yet burned, but their understories are dominated almost exclusively by cheatgrass, which has replaced diverse forb and grass communities that once thrived there. In many areas, cheatgrass has dramatically reduced the number of mule deer that the landscape can support. Other mountain brush and shrub communities that were young and highly nutritious, 100 years ago, have become decadent or overgrown. This reduces their palatability and nutritional quality for mule deer. While these are likely the most pronounced changes for habitat, the list of ways continues that quality for mule deer has decreased, and in the next few slides, explore that functional impact on deer. This graph looks at fawn to doe ratios in Colorado over a 25-year period. The decline through time corresponded with the declining mule deer population. Along a similar vein, Nevada reported decreases of nearly 20 fawns per 100 does from 1973 to 2005. Similar data exists for most other western states, including Idaho. And many conversations about this, turn to predation or other causes. However, declining habitat quality is by far the most plausible explanation. Supporting this idea, this graph compares the average weight of fawns captured in eastern Idaho over the past 25 years. The story that it tells is important. Since the mid-1990s, fawns are around 5 pounds lighter today than they were 25 years ago. Unfortunately, we don't have fawn weight data prior to this time, but I expect that they were even heavier in earlier decades. This matters because fawn weight is perhaps the most important factor when determining overwinter survival in mule deer. And for a species and age that live on a razor's edge as winter progresses, these changes matter, and changes to habitat quality are certainly having a dramatic impact on mule deer abundance. To further depict this point, this graph depicts fawn weights and survival in Unit 39 compared to the rest of the units in the Smoky Boise population that it's a part of. The graph's a little messy, so I'll break it down a little bit. The upper part of the graph with dashed lines represents fawn weights, 6-month fawn weights. The red lines are from Unit 39 and the blue are from the rest of the population. Note the divergence between Unit 39 fawns being lighter and the others being heavier over the past several years. The lower part of the graph represents survival, with red again being Unit 39. Again, note that the weights diverged. Again, note that as the weights diverged, survival in Unit 39 dropped somewhat dramatically behind the remainder of the population. Raises questions about why are fawns in Unit 39 significantly lighter than in adjacent units, and clearly these differences are having an impact on survival. These are almost certainly due to nutritional limitations. While fawn weights and survival are likely the most meaningful metrics impacted by a changing nutritional landscape, it's worth mentioning as maybe a side note that antler growth is also very much dependent on nutrition. We hear frequently about how many large bucks there were in the 1980s. And certainly a portion of that was due to an improved nutritional landscape during that time. Ecological shifts are responsible for much of the change in habitat quality, but other factors are certainly present as well. Drought is increasingly common through much of the mule deer habitat and certainly reduces habitat quality, and fragmentation by roads and trails does the same. Aside from habitat quality changes in habitat availability are also impacting deer. Winter ranges across the West are being lost to development or degradation. Others are being separated from summer ranges by fencing or road infrastructure. Similarly, summer and winter ranges are experiencing ever more recreators. And looking at the modeled population graph of Idaho there in the top right, this trend will likely continue. To further depict this point, these are side-by-side images from the west side of Bear Lake over the last 70 years. Note the dramatic increase in development from essentially none to where we are today, and the associated loss of habitat. Additionally, this was at one time a significant migratory corridor for deer coming out of Unit 78 to winter in Utah. Today, very few deer make this movement, likely increasing mortality during severe winters. Beyond the significant impacts of changing habitat quality and availability, several additional factors affect mule deer populations. Roadkill is a pervasive problem, and thousands of individuals are killed annually in vehicle collisions. Similarly, disease is an ever-present concern. One example being chronic wasting disease, but a less discussed example being AHD, or adenoviral hemorrhagic disease. It's a disease related to EHD, or blue tongue, that seems to have a greater effect on mule deer, and several recent monitoring studies in other western states have seen elevated mortality due to this in recent years. Like EHD, this disease is amplified during times of drought, when mule deer are more tied to water, and therefore amplifying the potential issue. And then lastly, an increased elk population almost certainly impacts mule deer, and recent research from Wyoming is providing some of the most conclusive evidence of that. Predation is certainly elevated when compared to earlier decades as well, when widespread predator removal was occurring. It's all been a little doom and gloom here, I guess, and as someone that cares a fair amount about mule deer, it hurts a little bit. However, the reality is that the highs reached in the mid-1900s weren't sustainable, and over the last 30 years or so, mule deer populations in Idaho have likely reached a more stable state. Just maybe the sky isn't falling after all. Having said that, as wildlife managers or sportsmen, we should be doing all in our power to enhance habitat for mule deer and ensure that the species is protected, preserved, and perpetuated for future generations. On that note, the department is actively involved with a variety of projects endeavoring to improve mule deer habitat and support more robust populations. Certainly, there's always more to be done, but unfortunately, the work's incredibly expensive, and while Fish and Game does manage some land, it's a relatively small percentage when looking at the landscape as a whole. On the habitat front, Fish and Game spends or otherwise directs millions of dollars annually to support aspen regeneration, conifer removal, shrub planting, riparian restoration, and cheatgrass control projects. On the land protection front, Fish and Game spends or directs millions of additional dollars to conservation easements, land acquisition, maintenance of Fish and Game-owned properties, and technical assistance on improving or adjusting projects that will negatively impact wildlife. In addition to these habitat-linked projects, we spend or direct millions more on highway crossings and fence modification. And lastly, to direct all of this work, we spend on collaring and monitoring mule deer survival and movements. For an agency with an annual budget of around $150 million, an outsized portion of that goes to work that benefits mule deer. Starting to recap here, I'll reiterate a few important points. Historically, mule deer were almost certainly less abundant than they are today. This was exacerbated by widespread market and subsistence hunting. The settlement to the west likely resulted in large-scale ecological changes that provided higher quality habitat for mule deer. This resulted in a period of significant growth of populations in the time period that many sportsmen think of as the pinnacle of mule deer hunting opportunity. Unfortunately, change is constant, and today's habitat is both lower quality and less abundant than it was in the mid-1900s. This has resulted in a mule deer population that are much lower today than they were during that time. This is a graph depicting the estimated mule deer population size south of the Salmon River in Idaho. It's clear that over the last 30 years or so, we're in a more stable state with ups and downs tied to variation in winter severity. The most recent estimate is that there are around 250,000 mule deer in Idaho south of the Salmon River. We've neglected North Idaho a little bit. Everything that I've talked about in southern Idaho has also occurred in northern Idaho, just at a different scale and for different reasons. As settlement occurred, logging became a major source of disturbance that likely increased the capacity of the landscape to support mule deer. Additionally, several massive fires occurred in the early 1900s that created young and nutritious habitat. Mule deer populations likely increased during the mid-1900s and have since declined to where they are today. In reality, we don't know how many mule deer are in northern Idaho, although we're refining some camera-based methods to increase our knowledge. Having said this, there are certainly far fewer than in the south, a story that's shown in our harvest estimates, where we're recently averaging around 1,000 antlered mule deer harvested north of the Salmon River and around 20,000 antlered mule deer harvested south of the Salmon River. In conclusion, I'll offer a few thoughts. Mule deer populations have varied through time over the past 200 years, largely due to ecological change and human influence. While we certainly have fewer mule deer than we did, say, 50 years ago, it's equally certain that we have more mule deer than we did when Lewis and Clark journeyed through our state. The population eruptions that occurred between 1930 and 1990 were the result of an ecological, maybe perfect storm that created high-quality nutritional landscape and abundant food for mule deer. The large-scale ecological changes that would be necessary to bring mule deer populations back to the 80s are likely impossible to achieve, and the cost of making these changes is almost unfathomable. However, we can continue to invest in improvements to habitat and other factors impacting mule deer survival and abundance. Are we happy with where we are? Arguably no. Will we have more mule deer when weather and habitat conditions permit? Certainly yes. We had many more as recently as 10 years ago. Idaho Fish and Game is doing all in our power to maintain high-quality mule deer populations for current Idahoans and future generations to enjoy. A significant portion of our budget is spent on projects that benefit mule deer. Unfortunately, there's just not a special key to take us back several decades. Too much has changed. Some sportsmen would suggest that we should be doing more when it comes to winter feeding or predator management. These things aren't lost on us, and we do implement these programs in some circumstances. However, they're not a cure-all, and they do come with a special suite of challenges and concerns. For example, winter feeding has downsides that need to be weighed against potential increases in survival. Similarly, predator control is expensive, short-term, and unsightly to many non-hunters who otherwise support our culture, also requiring thoughtful debate. This necessitates careful consideration before implementation. If we were to stop hunting mule deer tomorrow, the story wouldn't change. And in fact, most evidence suggests that harvest management is beneficial to supporting productive mule deer populations and maintaining sportsmen and women who are passionate about wildlife. Are we in such a bad place considering the history of the species and the challenges they faced? Maybe we're not. Having said that, do we want more mule deer on the landscape? Absolutely. But this is largely dependent on weather in the short term and habitat conditions in the long term. Thank you for your time and for being passionate about mule deer. They are truly an iconic western species, and for me, their history, the factors that impact them, and the work happening to perpetuate and manage them summarizes the state of mule deer in Idaho. And with that, I can stand for any questions.
Thank you, Eric. That was fascinating. Questions? Comments?
I just want to say phenomenal job, Eric. As it's been said, my favorite thing so far about being on the commission is the passion and the zeal that everyone in the department has for their profession, and you exemplify that. Like when it comes to mule deer, there is a twinkle in your eye, and you absolutely love them, and there's no doubt about it. So I appreciate it, and I do know the mule deer in Southeast Idaho are in good hands with you around. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Well said, Commissioner Surratt. Commissioner Murphy.
Eric, just a generalization question, or perhaps a response, and maybe you can't generalize it, but just the observation of where mule deer had been the last 20, 30 years for people who lived in areas, and then now whitetail and an absence of mule deer. Habitat didn't seem to change a lot, but this is just observational. Do you have any generalization on that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, I'm not sure that I do. I think that there are certainly places where we see maybe increases in whitetail abundance and fewer mule deer. I'm not sure that I'm prepared to speak to why.
Okay.
Habitat, maybe even habitat change that you can't see would certainly be my best guess, even if that's kind of space use stuff. But
could it be development and expansion of green areas?
Certainly.
Okay. All right. It's an interesting deal, and it's readily observable. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
It appears to be 12 noon straight up. Strong work, everybody, getting through the stuff that we did. So we'll go ahead and break for lunch till 1 o'clock? Yep. 1 o'clock, we'll reconvene. Thank you. We got the commission back together, so we're actually right on schedule for Hillary here. There's a Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation update, followed by an action item to talk about a bond. So, Hillary, welcome. Take it over.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, I'm just going to give you a quick update on foundation activities, and then we'll move to the big agenda item. I just want to let you know that we opened our competitive grant cycle February 1st, closed it April 30th, and we'll be announcing at the August board meeting. This was kind of a record year for us. We had 24 applications for a competitive cycle and 3 for the fishing game only, so we're pretty excited about that. As in the range grants, we will not be able to fund everybody, but I think we've got some pretty good projects. Update on the wildlife plate program. We're continuing to see growth. I think the new plates have really taken off. I don't know if any of you are seeing them in your area, but I'm noticing them a lot. From 2023 to 2024, increase of 6,698 plates. And that's with new and renewing plates. So, yes, sorry. Overall, new sales increased 6.79% during that same time period, and renewals increased 7.98%. So I think we'll continue to see that trend go up. Total plate sales and renewals are 93,343. So we're still about 49% of the market share for any of the specialty plates. So that's pretty exciting. So what that means for the department is the non-game program received $1.595 million and some change. Department of Ag received $38,784. The Disease Lab received $38,784, and the Idaho Parks and Recreation received $38,313 for a total of God, I'm trying to think how to say that. $1,711,000 from the plate programs last year. So we have a new marketing firm that did help us launch the plates, and they have really been good about, they're tracking them all now. So we get monthly sales reports, and they're watching all that data to see how to adjust the marketing for the plates. And so they can kind of do that on the fly with us. So with that, that's all I have for the IFWIF update. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions? No?
Okay, I'll move to the big one. At the May Commission meeting last year, you heard about the Nampa Hatchery, but I know we have a new commissioner, so I'm going to give a background on the project, and then I'll introduce the person that really has spearheaded the legal part of this whole transaction. So the Department of Fish and Game is pursuing necessary infrastructure reconstruction of the Nampa Fish Hatchery. It would like to propose this project to the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation as something to consider partial financing for on behalf of the department. The department has completed design work and received bid proposals for construction. The Nampa Fish Hatchery is located at 3806 South Powerline Road in Nampa and is the largest producer of rainbow trout in the state. It raises and stocks 500,000 fish yearly to every region in the state. The reconstruction of the Nampa Fish Hatchery would span from fiscal year 2025 to 2027 and entails reconstructing and reconfiguring the water supply headworks, main raceways, and waste collection and discharge system. The existing raceway floors are approximately 2.5 feet below the operating surface elevation of the settling pond, making dewatering the raceways for cleaning impossible, increasing the probability of disease. A steel pavilion will also be added to cover the new raceways to exclude predators, offer weather protection to staff, better provide temperature control in the raceways, and increase the biosecurity of the facility. The current facility is nearing the end of its operational life. Widespread issues such as cracking, concrete, frozen valves, non-functioning drain system make renovation impractical. The lowest responsible bid for this project was $18,077,000, which breaks down to $13,148,000 for the raceways, water supply headworks, waste system, and $4,929,000 for the steel pavilion around the raceways. In addition, we would budget up to an additional $1.157 million for contingencies and cost of issuance, with a total cost not to exceed $19,235,000. The department is self-funded, and this project represents a large outlay of cash in a short period of time. As such, the department proposes spending $5 million of its own funds on the front end and would like IFWIF to consider the merits and feasibility of short-term financing for the balance of $14,235,000 with a repayment over a period of approximately 6 years. This option would allow the department to include the steel pavilion in the project, extending the life of the raceways and providing important biosecurity. If the proposed funding is approved, the department would utilize its annual $3 million base budget spending authority for hatchery deferred maintenance for repayment. Additionally, it received approval to reappropriate $5 million of its deferred maintenance budget from FY25, which would be used in FY26 for the initial infusion of department funds into this project. Okay. IRS rules allow the foundation to issue tax-exempt bonds on behalf of the department. However, in order to comply with the IRS rules, the commission in its management and oversight role for the department must first approve the purposes and activities of the foundation and the issuance of the bonds. The commission must additionally agree to accept full legal and unencumbered title to the project upon retirement of the bonds. For these reasons, the commission is being provided the principal financing documents, and by the adoption of the provided resolution approving said documents and the issuance of the bonds and agreeing to accept title upon retirement of the same, notwithstanding said approval, the bonds, once issued, remain the obligation of the foundation as set forth in the financing documents. So now I will introduce John McDevitt of Skinner Fawcett. He is the bond counsel for this project, and he will guide you through the documents.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, Hillary did a great job of introducing the scope of the project. The tax rules were, once the project's constructed and the bonds are paid off, then the department will own the facilities once again in fee title with no restrictions. So what you have before you today is a resolution approving three primary documents. It's the ground lease, pursuant to which the department is leasing the land on which the improvements will be built, in this case, the fish hatchery facilities, to the foundation, and then an appropriation lease where the foundation will lease back the improvements after constructed to the department. And the lease payments will be used to pay debt service on the bonds. And once the bond is paid off, then the appropriation lease will cancel, ground lease will cancel, and ownership will revert to the department, to the state. Under the state law, restrictions for the department to incur a, quote, indebtedness, it can't exceed the current fiscal year. And so the appropriation lease is structured in a way where each year the department will renew the lease and appropriate the lease payments. But if the department chose not to, it has that option to walk away from the lease without any restrictions. It can just not renew, and then the foundation will still be responsible for paying the bond. They would potentially find another tenant or other ways to pay the bond. And then again, once the bond is paid off, the facilities, the land reverts to the department. The bond is being issued under what we call a trust indenture. That's between the foundation and the bond trustee that's going to administer the bond payments. The lease revenues will come into the trustee. The trustee will pay the bondholder. In this case, it's Banner Bank is the bond purchaser. A couple financials on the transaction. It's a short term. It matures June 1st, 2031. The bond's structured as a drawdown bond, meaning that it's a bond that's being issued up to $14,235,000. It won't be fully drawn at closing. As Hillary mentioned, what will first come in is the $5 million equity contribution from the department to pay for the costs. And then as needed, the bond will be used to finalize the project. And so you won't have the interest costs at the outset. It will be drawn down, and it'll be interest savings to the foundation, which are passed on to the department through the lease payment. The bond's payable it can be paid at any time. In other transactions, for example, the department's headquarters, you have an optional redemption period that usually doesn't kick in until 10 years after the bond's issued, where you cannot prepay or redeem the bond. But in this case, the bond purchaser, Banner Bank, waived that, so the bond can be prepaid at any time at the discretion of the foundation and department. I think that covers it, and stand for any questions.
Commissioner Bobbitt.
Yeah, my question is, there's a little part here that says we would budget up to an additional $1,157,960.66 for contingencies and cost of issuance. What is cost of this issuance? Is that your fee? How much is that?
Correct. So with the bond transaction, there are closing costs, cost of issuance. The foundation's engaged. Bond counsel, that's me. We haven't set our fee. Right now, it's up to $67,500 is the maximum it would be. We're still drafting documents and getting a sense of where we are on our time. And so I'll confirm that final amount with the foundation and department early next week. I have a placement agent, that's Piper Sandler. They were engaged to find a bond purchaser, so they'll have a closing cost as well, a fee for facilitating that. You'll have bank counsel, that's the bond purchasers counsel. They'll have a fee for reviewing the legal documents. There isn't, excuse me, Banner Bank, the bond purchaser, isn't charging a closing fee. So they're just passing on their counsel's fee. There'll be some recording fees, but pretty minimal, about $175. So the $1 million figure, it's not even close to that. I think the maximum cost of issuance is expected to be around $225,000.
And another question, and this is for our council. You've reviewed everything, and this is all legal according to Idaho statutes.
Yes. Chairman Davies, Commissioner Bovitt, yes, I've worked with bond counsel. I've been involved in the whole process, and yes, it's all legal.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Ebert.
Question, I don't know for you or whoever may be able to answer, how long do we think a fish hatchery such as this would last?
You're a fisheries guy. Oh, okay.
I was hoping Clint would beat me up here. Mr. Chairman, I can tell you that in general, you're talking, that facility is well over 40 years old, I want to say currently. Ballpark, 20 to 30 is an easy button, but it's like anything, it needs maintenance. And so this facility specifically of the suite of hatcheries that are directly owned by the department was the top priority because of its contribution to the total rainbow trout production and the fact that it does have a disease-free water source, which is something we're trying to maintain with the infrastructure improvements.
Clint, did you want to?
I think Lance answered it pretty well. I think on average, we're looking at probably 50 years life expectancy. And putting these pavilions over the top is going to increase that from the sun and just degradation. So I would say 50 years is average.
So I'll be like 113.
Yep, it'll still be there.
Commissioner Roach.
I'm the new guy, and so some of this is, there's been our administrative offices on Walnut Street, and then currently I think there's some other buildings that are owned by the foundation. What's the total out there of, I mean, I'm sorry to just bring this up, but just a ballpark.
You'll know better than I will.
I'm going to take a shot. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roach. So headquarters, I believe, was issued at 19 million, and the Nampa office was issued at a little over 8 million. Nampa we've been paying on since 2017, and headquarters, I believe first lease payment was in 2018. So we're still in the beginning stage of those. But yeah, there is quite a bit of money out there.
Are there others, just those two?
Just those two.
Okay.
In 2022, I believe the department retired all of their other buildings, the bonds, so they paid those off early. And so that just left us with Nampa and headquarters.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Schrett.
With the volatility of materials, does that What if it comes in over budget for building? How does that affect this?
I'm going to take a shot again at this, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. That was part of the reason that we did rush to do this. So, but I will let Clint come up and talk about the contractor. I believe that we were able to lock in. They honored their price.
Clint, welcome back.
Yeah, so we currently have a contract with a contractor. We got 4 bids. So we have signed a contract with a contractor on the prices that we're talking about.
One other question. Seems like 500,000, I don't know if this is for Clint or whoever, but it seems like 500,000 rainbow trout stocked throughout the state's pretty significant. If we don't approve this, then what?
Well, that's not an, oh, yeah. Why did I turn on my mic? Well, we continue to operate, and it would still be operational. The lower bank of those raceways is not fully functional because of the gradient issue, and so we do have health challenges, and we just continue to have a degrading condition of the hatchery. So pay now and improve it and kind of essentially make a new hatchery out of it, or limp along and pay later. And we're in a position now with the foundation, good bonding rate, that obviously our recommendation is to move forward with it now. In the bigger scheme of things, yeah, if we lost the capacity of Nampa Hatchery, anglers would feel it.
Seems like long-term this would lower the operating cost and be a lot more efficient and be a lot more productive. Okay.
Any further questions? Commissioner Bobbitt.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the Idaho Fish and Game Commission adopt and approve the provided bond documents related to the financing of the Idaho Department of Fish and Game infrastructure reconstruction of the Nampa Fish Hatchery.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
I'd like to second that.
Commissioner Harshberger seconds that. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're skipping ahead to Marty Tract restoration work on Mud Lake WMA. Brett, welcome.
Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, I'm Brett Panning. I'm a wildlife habitat biologist in the Upper Snake region, and I'm over the Mud Lake District. I'm here to talk to you about a habitat restoration project. We talked about Eric's twinkle in his eye. I have that for mule deer as well, but I also have it for habitat projects. Specifically, we're going to talk about one we did on the Marty Tract on the WMA. Just to give you a little background right now, the Mud Lake WMA is found in the Upper Snake region of Idaho Fish and Game. It's about 35 miles northwest of Idaho Falls and about 30 miles west of Rexburg, and it's found in GMU 63. The original acquisition was in 1940 to preserve and protect breeding and nesting waterfowl, and it was originally named the North Lake WMA. After many different acquisitions throughout time, the name was gradually switched over to Mud Lake WMA, with the last acquisition coming in 2012 in the Marty Tract. The WMA is centered around a shallow 4,500 acre groundwater-driven lake. It does have some input from Camas Creek, but it's mostly a groundwater system that functions as an agricultural lake as well, storage lake. The WMA consists around 11,500 acres. Mud Lake's a major hub for outdoor recreation. Early season duck hunting can be amazing, and it's a very big draw from people across the country that come to Mud Lake to hunt waterfowl. We also have really good big game and upland game bird hunting. Growth rates for fish in Mud Lake are very impressive due to the shallow nature of the lake. There's a lot of nutrients in it, and we have very impressive growth rates on our fish, which can be a destination angling spot for a lot of anglers. We also have camping, boating, windsurfing, and bird watching on the WMA as major activities. As with any WMA, we hope we have really impressive wildlife populations. Big game, we have 5 different species of big game. We have mule deer, white-tailed deer, elk, moose, and pronghorn antelope. We also contain upland game birds. One of those is sage grouse. While sage grouse use the WMA year-round, one of the most important things that the WMA provides to them is brood-rearing habitat. Brood-rearing habitat across the Intermountain West has been identified as a limiting factor for sage grouse populations, and it's a very important thing that we provide that on the WMA. Brood-rearing habitat is usually like wetted acres or wet meadows where sage grouse take their chicks to raise them for the high-quality nutrients found there. Our highest population of animals, though, are waterfowl and water birds. They're our biggest probably residents. And while we provide nesting and local production of waterfowl, it's very important. One of our most important components is stopover spring and fall migration habitat for waterfowl and water birds along the Pacific Flyway. So this right here is a map. Every year in Mud Lake, we band waterfowl. We usually focus on, we have a quota of mallards we get, but we also get a few other birds. You can see all those in the bottom right. But this is a map of those banding returns over the last 14 years from Mud Lake. You can see in the map with Idaho highlighted that we provide a lot of benefit for sportsmen and women of Idaho with waterfowl hunting, but we also provide that benefit throughout the continent for waterfowl. This next map is a map of white-faced ibis. They are a very important species. They're an SGCN in Idaho. Mud Lake is home to one of the largest nesting colonies of ibis in the West. And so we worked on a study a couple years ago with some partners, and we put backpack transmitters on ibis. This is just 1 year of that backpack study, and you can see we had birds go all the way to Texas and Louisiana along the Gulf, all the way down into southern Mexico and California. And all those birds came from, a local Mud Lake population. Another thing that's unique to Mud Lake WMA is our sharecropping. That's something that doesn't happen on a lot of WMAs, but we have a sharecropping agreement. Farming practices on the WMA are always focused towards wildlife-friendly practices. One of those wildlife-friendly practices we have is flood irrigation. You can see in this video here, this is one of our actively managed agricultural fields, and a lot of water birds coming in and using that field this spring. We're able to provide quality year-round habitat. We like to focus on, we call it hyperproductive habitat that we can provide to those animals year-round. And one thing, when they're foraging on us, they're also not foraging on the neighboring landowners and stuff like that. So one thing we provide is when they're on us, they're not causing depredation problems on other places. Another benefit to all that is we also have our sharecroppers that get that. We provide a benefit to them that in turn provides a benefit to the local agricultural economy of the community. So I talked about the last acquisition of the Marty Tract, and so we're going to kind of highlight it here. You can see on this map in the middle part of the screen, there's kind of some orange hashing there. The orange part is the Marty Tract. Why we want to acquire that, it makes a really, if you look at it there, before we had it, we kind of had a gap there. With that acquisition, we were able to combine the Mud Lake Wildlife Management Area and Camas National Wildlife Refuge and create about a 20,000 acre protected footprint of upland and wetland areas. Why wetlands? Wetlands historically occupy about 50% of their footprint across the U.S. Idaho's not much different in that. So anytime we have an opportunity to protect wetlands and enhance wetlands, we really want to take advantage of that. So how did we get the Marty Tract? Well, the original landowner was Joe Marty. I know we didn't get too creative on naming that too much there, but it was historically managed as about a 2,600 acre farm and ranch, mostly a beef cattle operation. And in 2010, the acquisition was bridged by Pheasants Forever. We later transitioned the full acquisition in 2012 when Idaho Fish and Game was purchased it. And when we purchased that property, it came with a Wetland Reserve Program easement, which was held by the NRCS. So when we got the acquisition and the property, we had to create some wetland cells. That was part of the WRP, the Wetland Reserve Program easement that we got. We were excited to work with partners, and I think stuff kind of got rushed along, and so we took some generic wetland plants, and we weren't familiar with site conditions, and we stamped these out there. And you can see these in the pink on there. We soon found out that these weren't successful projects, all of them. Some of them functioned relatively well. Some of them, there were some areas that we feel like were missed with just a little bit of work, and others didn't function super well. You can see those kind of weird squiggly things in the top left, those 3 cells right there. When they were excavated out to be, deep perennial marshes, they basically turned into sand pits and more of drains than anything else. So historically, Mud Lake was a bottom-up system, meaning water came from the subsurface and flowed to the top surface. That water flowed through artesian wells, and there's a lot of saturated areas in Mud Lake historically. That practice of the bottom-up system was likely influenced by flood irrigation practices in neighboring areas. When the flood irrigation was later converted to center pivot irrigation, we lost that bottom-up system. So that same system that drove us from water coming up from the ground, now we have that same soil conditions and sandy soil, so when we put water in, water rapidly goes down. And so we were dealing with that. And we knew if we're going to own this forever, and we knew we were going to own it forever, and so we want to make this be as functional and as best as we can to provide habitat for a long time. And we knew if we were going to fix it, we were going to have to fix it right. So we knew we needed to get more site-specific conditions and what we need to do, and we thought, what's the best way to do that but speak to a bunch of professionals? So we, got this feasibility report going. And we consulted with professional wetland scientists, hydrologists, geotechnical engineers. And we found a few things out. We found out that we have limited potential for perennial wetlands there. We kind of had that feeling, but we weren't sure, and we knew it was after this. We found out our soils are highly variable throughout the site, and we had very limited clay deposits. And as any of you know that have been around wetlands, you got to have clays to hold water, and we didn't have a lot of those. And on the same token of that, we had rapid seepage rates. Without that clay, we had a lot of sandy soils. The water dropped away and disappeared. The water delivered to all these sites is from groundwater. We have some pumps above the sites. We have 3 different pumps that come in from the sites. And our delivery ditches, we found out, had high losses, upwards of 40 to 50% in some of those areas that we were losing that water. So we knew we had significant and complex site limitations, but we had some real opportunities here to do stuff. So with these site conditions, we knew they required a more nuanced restoration design with less open water and more wet meadow habitat. So we went into that design. Did I skip ahead? I did. I fat-fingered it. And we worked with our Idaho Fish and Game Engineering Bureau when we had this feasibility report. So the first things we did was we went to engineering and we worked with them, and we needed to hire an outside engineering and design firm. So what are we going to get from those guys? Well, the first thing we're going to get is a design. We're going to get a proper design. You can see it on that screen on the bottom left side. There's a couple of designs. The left one is one of our wetland cells that they went in and remodified. There's some areas that are scraped and added to and different things on that wetland cell. And then you can also see some additional wetted footprint we're going to gain by doing those. The right side is a highly engineered water control structure that they designed for us. A couple other things we're going to get from this is cost estimates. We know that, any time that a big green machine that's going to move some dirt shows up, it costs a lot of money. And so we needed to know how much dirt we needed to move. We needed to know what that looked like and what that cost estimate was going to be. Additionally, we needed some more site collections such as soil samples and stuff like that, which they did. Another byproduct of that was LIDAR. It's that pretty little colored map on the right. Essentially, LIDAR is a map showing the elevation changes from the top of the Marty to the bottom of the Marty, and you can see the color changes. If you look real close, it looks real dramatic, but it's really only 30 feet of elevation change between the top and the bottom. Sometimes that's good, but generally when you have to go to engineering to move water along a flat surface requires more design, so that was something that we reached out for with our engineers. So we have all this information. Now what do we need to do? We need to reach out and hire a restoration contractor. So we started the process to work with the Idaho Fish and Game Engineering Bureau to start that. But before we could hire one, we needed funding. We knew this project was going to be expensive. We knew it was going to be complicated, and we knew that we needed help. So we kind of looked at it as like, you kind of want to buy it all at once, but we knew that that wasn't going to work, so we bid it off in phases. We knew both with project management and getting the best product we wanted out, we should buy it in phases. So we went out and started getting funding sources and stuff like that. This is a list of all of our partners: the Idaho Governor's Office of Species Concern, Idaho National Laboratory, Pheasants Forever, Simplot, NACA, NRCS, and the Teton Regional Land Trust. And we're very grateful for all of our partners that provided not only funding, but technical assistance. So we started into phase one. Well, what's phase one? The first part was restoring existing basins to wet meadow habitat. At the top left, you can see there those rectangular polygons on top. Those are those cells I initially pointed out. There's 3 of them right there on the top. And we were going to convert those to wet meadow habitat. And then the bottom right, you can see those expanding existing wetland cells. We were going to kind of tweak those and do a little bit of work on them. So right here, you can see those original 3 in the bottom, and then above them is a blown up of one of the wetland cells that we had there, the excavated basins. The dark parts on that excavated basin are where they went in originally, scraped up the dirt, pushed it into berms, and then you can see the kind of dotted polka dot part, that was the base, or the basin they'd made. The plan was to take the dark areas of the berm, push them back in, level them off, smooth them off, and push them back in. So to do that, we need to know what we were going to get. So we went with the design or the engineers. This video you're watching right here is a computer model of what we were going to get when we pushed those basins in. This is a water inundation map. We had several different models that projected seepage rates, water input, flow, and input areas that we did. And you can see we went from those 3 small wetland areas or cells, excavated basins, to what we're going to have here on a total flooded footprint, using different things and stuff like that. So we had a concept, so we get the contractor there, and he starts doing his work. He's pushing in the berms right here. We worked with a restoration contractor that was really good. We wanted someone that knew what they were doing and specialized in restoration. The original wetland cells were just done by a construction worker that went in. So we got a lot of our clay lenses were pushed up in the berm. So as this contractor that was hired, we had him come out and he pulled all the clay lenses and saved them off the side, and we layered all of our spots to try and hold some extra water. After that was all done, the top right photo is us reseeding the areas. And then in the bottom right photo, you can see we're getting irrigation on there. You might ask, well, aren't you flooding these basins? Yeah, that's what we're doing. But one thing we deal with out there is we have some really high soil crusting properties of our soil out there. And so it creates a really hard soil lens and the plants can't pop through. The other problem with flood irrigation in this is we have such high water depths when we flood the whole thing that we have a rough time getting germination. And so we elected to go with temporary sprinkler irrigation so we could keep those sites saturated, prevent the crusting, and then control our water levels more. Our next one we did was expanding and enhancing existing wetland cells. So the top left corner there, you can see the design, and that middle line in the middle, this was the original berm. So everything from that side, you can see the ditch on the left, that was where they originally designed the cell. Between the 2 lines, you can see that darker line to the right. That all wanted to be a wetland. And what do I mean by wanted to be a wetland? The soils were right, and it had wetland plants already there. All it needed was a way to contain the water and get water to it. So we went in, and our goal was to shave off that original berm, that kind of cross hatch in the middle. We shaved that off. We didn't remove it. We shaved it off so it looks like one big functional wetland now, but we can allow it to manage it as 2 different wetlands and dry one out one year and wet the other one if we need to in the future. And we took that same dirt and we added it to berms on the right, and with that we were able to pick up almost double the acres of that wetland cell with a little bit of work. The only thing we needed was a water delivery point because we didn't have water there. That leads us into phase 2. This right here is a water control structure that we worked on in phase 2. This was all water control structures. This is a video of getting water out on that previous cell I talked about. You can see the wetland plants further out there. They just needed a way to get water to them and a way to contain that water. And we were able to get that water out there and just grab a bunch of additional acres without a lot of input. This is one of the water control structures we replaced that'll hopefully last a really long time. It's a lot better design than our old ones, and they're a lot more efficient than our old ones, and hopefully will last into the future for a long time for wildlife. Phase 3 was developed in 2 phases. So one of them was water delivery and creation of new wet meadow. I talked about sage grouse earlier and the wet meadow needs in the late brewing habitat. This is one of our goals on this project, as well as other birds, waterfowl, water birds, and pronghorn, and some big game species. But this was kind of the goal of this one. And so we went out to make new wet meadows. And then on the other part of it was expanding wetlands. In the bottom right, you can see that weird little squiggly shape. We're going to expand wetlands and enhance existing wetland functions. So The black lines have now turned to orange on this map, or yellow, excuse me. I'm not colorblind. They went to yellow, and the solid yellow lines are our newly picked up wetland acres that we're going to make into wet meadow. The dotted lines you can see further out, those are wetland cells that existed before, but we were going to use this project to beef up our infrastructure and allow a better watering system. You can see in that line as well, kind of the purple lines going through, purple pink, that's our delivery ditches. The blue kind of teal lines are our berms that we needed to contain the water, and you can see the lighter pink and the green water delivery structures, and that's how we were going to get water in. After we got water in, you can see this tractor rolling by. We went in and reseeded everything to make sure everything, went back to normal or previous conditions. Probably some of it is going to be better than it was before. And then the bottom right photo is our first time that we put water out on those cells, and you can see the successful inundation of those wetland cells that we created with that project. The next one is you can kind of see that arrowhead shape over there. That was a wetland cell that had the right hydrology. It just was poorly constructed originally. It kind of had a flat basin. And so our goal with this one was to soften the berms, kind of make the berms less, and then add microtopography. And by adding microtopography, one thing with a flat basin is when water's there, it's either there or it's not. And so when we add different variations of topography, it allows the water as it raises and lowers to have different water depths. And what that does is it brings in different bug lives and aquatic life, so we add habitat and foraging for birds and other animals when we do that. So we went in and did that to that part. The other part of this project, you can see in the bottom there was some red hash marks. That was a part when they constructed this that the same thing as the other one, it wanted to be a wetland. It had the right hydrology characteristics and also the right plants to make it. All we had to do was add some berms on the bottom, and you can see that little red box, add a water delivery point, and we had some water right there and a new wetland. The final phase of this project was phase 4, and it was eliminating water loss. I talked about their ditch losses from our point of diversions. This project hasn't happened yet. It was supposed to happen this spring, but due to current federal climate, it's kind of got postponed, but it looks like it's going to be back on track shortly. But essentially, it's a 1.5 mile pipeline with multiple diversion points that will reduce our ditch loss. That water saved is water that we can put back towards habitat and create more habitat for our wildlife species. This final map is all of the projects together. You can kind of see this, the phase 1 is the orange stuff. You can see our original kind of sandy basins I talked about that were drains and how we pushed them in. The polygons aren't quite as big as our projected model are. We've got some tweaking. This was our first time we watered it last year. We do think some minor tweaks and we'll gain a bunch of additional acres, but this was what we were working with here. And then you can see the bottom there, the other orange lines. The one was we picked up all the additional acres around that the original Marty tract feature, and then we picked up all those additional acres. The phase 3 on the left side, you can see all the new wet meadow we made, and then you can see the other stuff we made on the right. In total, we were able to influence, either enhance or create around 133 new acres of wetlands. It was a fun project. We learned a lot of things. We had a ton of hiccups along the way. Working both with internal and external partners, we were able to accomplish this. Without our internal and external partnerships and the relationships we built with them, we wouldn't be here today. And hopefully this project will benefit wildlife deep into the future. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Wow, Brett, that's quite a process to have
It
gone
was a
through.
lot.
Wow, amazing. Commissioners, questions, comments? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for the update. Strong work. Okay. Next on the agenda is election of commission chair and vice chair. We'll start with the commission chair. Do we have a nomination? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to make a motion toward the establishment of the next, excuse my voice, next chairman of the Idaho Department of Fish and Game Commission. And my motion is for Dave Bobbitt, Region 1 Commissioner, to be the chairman of the Fish and Game Commission, commencing with Chairman Davies gaveling us out of today's meeting.
Okay, do you have a nomination? Is there a second to the nomination? Commissioner Roach?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Are there any other nominations for the chair? Seeing and hearing none? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? And Dave, I'm even going to vote aye on that. Congratulations, Dave. Now the position of vice chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Ebert.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Trout for the position of vice chair.
We have a nomination. Is there a second to the nomination?
I'd second that.
Are there any other nomination? I guess I should be asking, do you accept the nomination? I should have probably done that with you, Dave, too, but I'm assuming you did. Okay, are there any other nominations for the vice chair position? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The chair is thinking about it. No. Congratulations, Jordan. Well deserved for both of you guys.
We have white smoke, there's a new chair.
Okay, the next thing on the agenda, it would be the director's report. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you have looked at your packet, there are several pages of activities that I could go through, but I would just ask you to look through them. There's a lot to cover there, and I would actually just like to spend the couple of minutes that I want to take in recognition of someone who's in leadership of the agency and for whom this is the last commission meeting. So Chief Wooten, for those that don't know, is going to be moving on toward retirement. His last day will be July 19th. And so just a couple of words about Chief Wooten. It's been 34 years with the agency. He started in 1989 as a biological aide at Niagara Springs Management Area. And then in 1991, he got on as a conservation enforcement technician. And then in 1992, he accepted a limited service conservation officer position in the Magic Valley Fairfield Patrol area, completed post-academy, and then soon promoted to senior conservation officer full-time. He patrolled that Fairfield area for 15 years, and then was promoted to district conservation officer in the Ketchum district a year after. In 2008, he was promoted to the Assistant Bureau Chief of Enforcement, in charge of training and hiring. And importantly, in 2012, if you didn't know, he is with the Guard, and he deployed in 2012 to Afghanistan as a facility engineer for 11 months and served in the International Security Assistance Force. And I believe, Greg, I hope I don't get this wrong, but you retired as a lieutenant colonel? Okay. And then he was promoted to the chief of enforcement in April of 2014. And so he and his wife, Bobby, have decided that it is a good time for him to retire after serving as chief for 11 years. And as you can just hear from that description, he has a deep commitment to public service, not just in the agency, but with the Guard as well. And all of us that have worked with him, I think I do speak for all of us, that just very, very much appreciate Greg's level head and his focus and commitment to teamwork. He's said for as long as I've worked for him, with him, one team, one mission. He exemplifies that, and a commitment and a passion for what he does, highly, highly respected by his officers, as well as the rest of the agency. I thought it was very nice and fitting for him to be able to present the Shikar Safari Award on his last commission meeting, and you could see the pride that he took in presenting that award to one of his fine officers. And so, Greg, you will be very, very sorely missed, but I have sincerely appreciated my opportunity to work with you. So, and I absolutely wish you the best in retirement. we will be having a retirement function for Greg, but I didn't want to let that opportunity pass.
Yeah, absolutely. Chief Wooten, would you like to say a few words at your last commission meeting?
Goodbye. Yeah, I don't know if I can. It's a little bittersweet, it's a little frightening, but I've enjoyed every minute of every day with this agency. Public service is in my blood, as you can tell, but it takes a team. I mean, as you guys see all these presentations, it's just incredible the amount of effort across many regions and many counties that it takes to do our mission. It's just completely amazes me every time. So it's been an honor and a privilege for me to just be a piece of that, be part of that. So I want to thank each and every one of you for any amount of support that you've given to me along the way. And I love you all, and see you on the other side.
Well, Greg, on behalf of the commission as well, thank you for your years of service. I've always felt very comfortable coming to you and discussing any questions or issues I have had. You're very approachable, very level-headed, and it's been an honor for the brief time that I've been able to work with you to do that. So thank you. Next on the agenda is commission reports. Is there any commissioners that would like to screw up the perfect record I've got of getting us through the quickest meeting ever by wanting to give their report?
Is this where I make my motion?
There is some good information in that, and hopefully everybody will look through and take a look at the commission reports and what's going on at the different regions around the state. Planning for the next meeting will be on, our next meeting is Coeur d'Alene. Can you help me out, Director?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It'll be in Coeur d'Alene so traveling on the 15th. We'll do a field tour on the 16th to be determined, and evening meeting, public meeting on the evening of the 16th, and then the business meeting on the 17th. We won't invite everybody to that, though.
Okay. So we have the planning for the next meeting has been done, and we'll look forward to seeing everybody in Coeur d'Alene on the 16th.
Excuse me, the 16th and 17th, or 15th and 16th?
16th and 17th. Okay.
Travel.
Confirming that's what, traveling on the 15th.
Okay. Next thing we need on the agenda is the executive session. Is there anybody that would care to make a motion to?
Just hold on a minute.
Dang, I was all prepped here. Come on, guys.
You're screwing up my perfect meeting here.
I got to give a shout out to the wonderful job our chairman for the last year has done. It's over the time he's gotten to be a good, close friend of mine. But Ron, you've done an excellent job, and it's been a privilege.
Well, thanks, Commissioner Ebert. Now I really put my foot in my mouth when you wanted to do that, and I appreciate it. And I was going to wait till the very end at the passing of the gavel, but I've really I've appreciated the opportunity to do that. I appreciate the commission's support and confidence in doing it. Certainly not as polished as some of my predecessors were, but look forward to the next phase of going back on the commission and just being able to work in that. Director Fredericks, I also wanted to thank you for the opportunity. I've learned an immense amount of stuff from you, and it's really been a pleasure to work as closely as we have over the last year. So thank you, Commissioner Ebert. And now.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I have to echo Don's remarks. You've done a wonderful job in leading the commission this last year, and we talked a little bit last night informally, but you've done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Let's get somebody to move us into executive session.
I'd like to make a motion if you guys are done.
Commissioner Harshbarger.
All this hurrying up and waiting, thank you. Motion to enter an executive session. I make a motion that the commission go into executive session under Idaho Code 74-206, subsection 1B and F.
You have a motion? Need a second?
I'll second that motion.
Been moved and seconded. This is a roll call vote. We'll need a,
Region 1 votes aye.
Region 2, aye.
Region 3, aye.
Region 4, aye.
Region 5, aye.
Region 6, aye.
and Region 7, aye. Okay, we'll break for, do I have to do it?
Yeah, we need a couple minutes just to.
Do I have to do a vote?
So what about the performance
Okay, so right, reconvene it and then wait for a motion to talk about that,
Yeah, you'd entertain a motion just,
to reflect what came out of the executive session,
After that motion is done, you can hand over the gavel.
Are we in?
or? Okay, so we're back in open session now, so we have a motion before the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion that we authorize Commissioner Davies to take our evaluation to the governor's office on our behalf.
We have a motion before you, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded.
Aye.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Chair votes aye, motion passes. With that, my final act as the chairperson is to hand the gavel over to the new chair and let him gavel us out of this meeting.
Yeah, thank you. We're adjourned.
Elizabeth.